Well, thanks very much for doing a great job there all morning this morning, Hot Radio. Great to have you with us. And indeed, a huge welcome to everybody here today from the team, BCP in particular, to the Bournemouth Air Festival, Day 3. Oh, you lucky, lucky people. We are just going to have the most fantastic day today. It's going to have a party in the air, down on the beach and around the town later on this evening, as we have an action-packed schedule all the way through until 10 o'clock tonight. Yes, that is what we're facing. We're going inside out, upside down. We're going to enjoy the sun, maybe get a swim as well, although we're going to talk a few details about that later on. But a slight couple of changes to the program, which are being pumped out on the app through the program links that you'll get if you pick up that program. Do that right away if you haven't got one. Just £6.50. A huge amount of information there and packed full of great pictures for the kids as well. Really, really good value indeed. But we've got all sorts in the air. We've got the vintage, we've got the powerful, we've got the impressive. Of course, we have the impact from the Royal Air Force, not just with the Typhoon, but with the Red Arrows and the Battleship Memorial Flight. Navy Wings joining us with a unique formation as well this year. Your ever popular Chinook coming your way. And of course, also the hugely enjoyable Tigers. But that is just in the air. Alongside me now, please welcome Andy Marler. Andy, good morning to you. Give us an idea of what's going on around the ground.
There is so much taking place. This really does make Bournemouth the festival and not an air show, doesn't it? On the East Cliff up here, we have the RAF Village, of course. There's a life-size Chinook that the kids and the larger kids can get in there as well, grown-ups too. Have a look at that. The Red Arrows have their stand up there. Loads of great food stalls up there as well. And it's gone are the days at a festival when it's a couple of mouldy burgers and some hot dogs. It really has changed, hasn't it?
Oh, the street food. Well, we enjoyed a very nice snack last night, didn't we?
We really did. The street food is just out of this world. It's like restaurant-level food while you're here at Bournemouth this weekend. So do make the most of that while you're here. Can I just remind you, as you are arriving, you may not have seen some of the road closures which are affecting you when you leave today. You'll find full details at bournemouthAir.co.uk. But just to let you know, the A348, that's the Ringwood Road at Longham Bridge. You'll know why that is if you came in via that route. It's closed both ways from 7:30 tonight. But it's really, really easy. Just head up the A338 and then down the A350.
It's even easier than that, Andy. Just stay here.
Stay, of course.
Stay here.
Of course.
10 o'clock are the fireworks.
Now, I have a theory, George, that an air festival can be summed up by how many ice creams you've had. And Thursday, let's be honest, was a 0 ice cream day. Yesterday, for me, was a 2 ice cream day. What do you think today will be?
Wow, can't be 3. You saw what happened here in the box when 2 ice creams arrived for me. Now, I love you, love the commitment. Thank you so much. And we're going to get you all to participate in the show today. But can we please space out the ice cream rations?
Absolutely. And remember, there's loads taking place down on the beach as well. You have the Army down there. They have a Challenger battle tank down there. You can literally climb all over. Loads of charity down there and lots of military charities that you can find out the great work they do. And talk to the good guys that are helping us keep safe here, including, of course, Dorset Police and Her Majesty's Coast Guard, to name just a few.
Yes, because in a moment now, I'm going to start exploring. Yesterday, it was lovely to interview a member of the Coast Guard, Ben Madgwick, and I had no idea, actually, how much of a life that can be. And one of the main features of the show this year is what we call the STEM Village. So I've been having a little wander around the site, and I love to get to know the people. And hi to all those photographers who we see at so many shows supporting the great UK air display business. But I just wanted to learn a bit more about the RNLI in particular, because they make a massive contribution to the display management here. And I'm very pleased that I accosted a fellow called Neil Chaplin, who's here promoting the RNA. Neil, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, George. Thanks for having us along.
That's a real pleasure. Now, Neil, a year after year, I see so many different contributors to this show. The RNLI are here, obviously, in strength. What are you doing here? What is your role?
So my role is Head of Asset Management, which means I look after engineering in the RNLI. But the RNLI as an organisation is here in so many many ways. Everything from our lifeguarding services, which are doing the patrolling of the beaches, helping out with first aiding lost children. Now you might see some of their rescue watercraft, their jet skis, patrolling along the swim line there. So if you're going to go in the water today, look out for the lifeguards and swim safe between the red and yellow flags. A little bit further offshore, if anything was to happen, we've got our reactive services, so the lifeboats from Poole and Swanage, round to Muddyford, Lymington and Yarmouth around there, a whole range of inshore and offshore boats, so we're well provided should anything happen, either to the leisure craft out there or, God forbid, something from the air. So we're providing a lot of services there. Me and my team, we're here today to represent engineering and capability in the RNLI. The RNLI, we rely on our volunteers, 5,000 operational volunteers who keep those boats going, and an awful lot of fundraising volunteers to bring the money in. We've also got professional engineering services. We have our own factories in Poole and the Isle of Wight, where we build our boats, look after them and maintain them. And we're part of the STEM, Science, Technology and Engineering and Maths, Bournemouth Pool and Council. We've put on that event for local companies to bring along technology, infrastructure, engineering to excite and involve and engage people who might be those future engineers. And we need designers and boat builders for our factories for the future.
Fantastic. Now, we've seen a couple of guys on skidoos. They were obviously your people as well. That strikes me as being a great job. So he's a volunteer, I'm guessing?
Most of them are volunteers, yep. They come in for the season, so they're here for the summer season providing those lifeguarding services.
What I didn't appreciate was that the lifeguards on the beach are yours too, because I thought
Absolutely.
they were locally employed BCP people.
They're RNLI people, and we bring in volunteers, we train them up to a really high standard to make sure that people can enjoy the beaches, but do it safely.
Okay, well look, now it's a good opportunity now for me to mention the yellow swim line. Absolutely critical, even though the tide is going low this afternoon, absolutely key that everybody down on the beach stays inside that yellow swim line. It's really obvious, but if you go beyond that, it will interrupt the flying display, and that spoils everybody's entertainment. And that's when I reckon one of your skidoo guys is going to...
they'll be there to help people and just remind them to stay within that line, please, and make it safe for everybody.
Okay, just before we go, one other quick thing. Now, I hadn't really appreciated that there's such good, not necessarily careers, but great jobs available in things like the Coast Guard and the RNLI. So you're here to promote the STEM activities. What is available for youngsters, both volunteering and say they want to be employed by you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say come along and speak to our apprentices. We've got a number of apprentices from the RNLI All-Weather Lifeboat Factory here today, and they're from year 1 and year 3. They're involved in mechanical or electrical engineering, so they're learning how to manufacture and refit boats. We've got a great throughput of some excellent vessels for them to look after for the future and design the new craft when they're coming along. So come and have a word with them.
Sounds great. And you can, I know, inside the tent as opposed to outside. You've got the rib.
Outside we've got the boat and the tractor, and also the tinfoil boat challenge for the younger minds to learn all about buoyancy.
And I thought that was about buoyancy. I went to have a look at that this morning. I thought that's got to be. And the other one is how to launch a lifeboat.
How to launch a lifeboat with a bilge pump. Come and have a go. It's great fun. It's getting a bit damp and a bit wet in there, but come along. It's a nice day. You'll dry out.
Well, that is just fantastic. Neil, thank you so much for joining us. I've just learned a huge amount about the RNLI. I've been sailing around these waters for well over 30 years, and it's just great to talk to you. Thank you so much indeed for joining us.
Thanks for having us along. Much appreciated.
Well, it is magic, the whole flying display industry. But what is interesting is just how much we've learned there about the entire maritime contribution that's made here as well. And we're through the course of the day. We'll go through all the different agencies that help us here. But first of all, as we're about to settle in, we've got about 10 minutes to run now before flying commences. And just a few sort of general sort of observations. First of all, it's clearly going to be much, much warmer today. It's also going to be much sunnier, which is fantastic. That little breeze, however, will make it feel a bit cooler and could mask the fact that your kids in particular may be getting sunburned, even yourselves, and you will also be getting more hydrated today. It's a very humid atmosphere, so do ensure that kids in particular have got a hat, they drink plenty, and they have sun protection as well. It'd be really, really important to do that during the course of the day. We've mentioned swimming. There is a very obvious swim line. Come mid-afternoon, you can't swim properly because it's low tide this afternoon. Do not go out any further into the sea beyond the yellow line. Otherwise, we will sadly have to stop the air display. And we really, really want everybody to have a great day. So please listen to that advice. Meanwhile, do look after all your belongings throughout the course of the day. Absolutely critical. And that includes the entire family, from the grannies down to the little baby grandsons and granddaughters as well. If you do have any concerns, we've got literally loads of stewards. Look out for the pink-shirted people, or indeed the stewards in their yellow jackets, and the police as well, here to make you have a really, really enjoyable day. But one or two other matters as well, Andy.
Yeah, thank you, George. As we say, that you want to bring a drone along to the event this weekend, it's one very simple rule. If you bring a drone with you, they are illegal. They will not be allowed. Please don't bring them. Importantly, it's a restricted airspace for the whole weekend, and participating aircraft and the display teams need to make sure that the safety is the #1 priority. If anyone's spotted with a drone, you will be reported to both security and police, and anyone caught flying one will be liable to prosecution by the Civil Aviation Authority. Now, you may see a drone flying. That will be a police drone. Sometimes it is launched just to check on safety. But if you yourself are sat on the cliff tops or down on the beach and you can see a fellow festival goer who's about to get their drone ready to launch, just go and tell someone in a pink T-shirt or the police, because really, if that drone goes up, it could lead to the flying display being cancelled, meaning that your favourite aircraft will not display this afternoon. So no drones while you're on site for today. And as George says, safety is paramount. So if you see something that you think looks a little bit unusual and it's been lying around for a little while, an unattended bag, if you see it, go and tell someone, say it to whoever you can, and it will be sorted. Let's all stay safe for Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, fantastic. Very, very good advice, Andy. Well, we're getting excited now with the programme. In the first section, we've got 3 sections, really. First section from about 5-10 minutes from now, right through till just after 2 o'clock. Then from 3 o'clock right through until 5:30. And then, of course, the evening show, which was utterly spectacular last night, around about 7:30 through to 8:30. And it's not all over then, because then there's actually all sorts of other activity going on in the gardens. We'll keep you up to date with that. And then, of course, the finale, the fireworks, which were last night utterly, utterly spectacular. But coming up in about 8 minutes' time, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Fantastic. Just getting you in the mood there. Well, we're getting very close now to the commencement of flying. I expect the radios to break out very, very shortly. And we are just literally checking all the safety parameters. Clearly, you've heard quite a lot about that. It's wonderful to see so many boats already steaming out, and you'll see that they're quite a long way out, and that's because we have a maritime safety zone, not just about your own personal swimming, but about all other boats as well. And that's clearly taken a huge amount of planning. Upstairs, we've got a whole fleet of flight planning and flight management people under the control of a fellow called Dave Walton from TSA, and of course BCP have just done the most tremendous job in getting us to the start line here, which is just brilliant. In the first section then, we're in 3 phases today, remember. We're going to be kicking off very shortly with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Then a neat little great opportunity for photographers where we've got that very, very special pairs display for you as well, launching then into the Typhoon solo. That'll be followed by the parachuting from the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. A couple of solos following that, and they're neat little, very different aircraft, the Slingsby Firefly and the Bronco, which only appeared for the first time here yesterday, despite being around the UK for many, many years, but across from Belgium to join us. And then this first section concludes with the marvellous day show of the Firebirds. So I refer to them as the Daybirds, but you'll see them in the evening as well. So I think we've got about a couple of minutes to run. Andy, a quick word about planning your day ahead.
Absolutely. When we take our break before night air tonight at 6:20 down in the lower gardens, we call it Zone 4. You'll be able to see an unarmed combat demonstration from the Royal Marines. Following that, a beat retreat, also in the lower gardens. And if you're a big fan of an amazing film from the 70s, Grease is being shown on the big screen in the lower gardens tonight from 7:45 until 9:30. And throughout the day, please do take advantage of all the food and drink that is around. I've already enjoyed El Marino's Pizza in Zone 2. If you want to know where those people are, you need to pick up a program. There's a map in there of the site, and you'll also get updates on the flying schedule through the day. The program available for just £6.50.
It's really good value, isn't
really
it?
Good
it's
value.
A bumper issue. There's some terrific stuffing, but Andy, I have to tell you, you're the one that I want. Du, 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 du.
Thanks, Andy.
Hey, coming up soon, we're going to really get active now with some fantastic history and action in the air. Well, there's a bit of Navy. There's also some Army around. But right now, we're going to go to the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Over to you, Liam.
Good afternoon, Bournemouth. I am Flight Sergeant Liam Osmond, and I'm delighted to introduce to you the Royal Air Force Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. The BBMF is in its 66th year, having been formed officially in 1957. Our fleet of World War II aircraft are preserved in flying condition as a living tribute to the 120,000 men and women who gave their lives in the service of the RAF. Each of the BBMF aircraft has its own unique history, but each aircraft also wears a colour scheme which commemorates a particular battle, campaign, individual unit or aircrew with stories of inspirational human endeavour, courage and fortitude. Our ability to keep these beautiful aircraft flying today is down to the incredible work and unique skill set within our small engineering team, who work all year round to maintain the aircraft in safe and airworthy condition. This includes deploying every weekend throughout the summer to provide engineering support after each display flight and undertaking deep maintenance activity throughout the winter period on each aircraft. If you look out to the crowd left, out in the distance, you will see our aircraft approaching. And I'll keep quiet for a little while and give you a moment to appreciate the roar of those iconic engines as they make their initial approach to the display for you here today. What a beautiful sight and sound, and one we hope will stay with you long after this display. Today's display will comprise of the Lancaster, the Hurricane, and the Spitfire. All based at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire since 1976, we are a regular flying squadron of the Royal Air Force. We have a very small but dedicated team of RAF regulars, reserves, and civil servants who are all involved in making these displays possible. We also have roles ranging from aircraft engineers and pilots to operations, admin, public relations, and training personnel who work behind the scenes. We are a living memorial to those that served, honouring and promoting the courage and bravery of those that came before us. However, we also proudly give our support and inspiration to the future generations and support several STEM initiatives through virtual reality and simulator exercises. The Battle of Britain aircraft attend over 900 events with displays and flypasts, meaning we appear in front of millions every summer. We support events from village fetes to state occasions, and travel to all corners of the United Kingdom, as well as occasional visits overseas. The specific aircraft we have displaying for you today are Hurricane PZ-865, Lancaster PA-474, and Spitfire MK-356. One of over 20,000 Spitfires to be produced, MK356 was built at Castle Bromwich. She is a Mark 9E Spitfire, which was allocated to the newly formed 443 Hornet Squadron, a Canadian Air Force squadron based at RAF Digby in March 1944. In the 60 days around D-Day, MK flew 60 operational sorties, was damaged by enemy fire on 3 occasions, and suffered 3 wheels-up landings. MK featured as a static airframe in the epic film Battle of Britain, and in 1992 a complete restoration to airworthy status was begun by a team from St Athan. The refurbishment was completed in 1997, when the aircraft flew again for the first time in 53 years, subsequently joining the BBMF. Spitfire MK356 is now painted in a desert camouflage scheme to represent Spitfire Mark 9 Charlie EN152, which is one of the Mark 9 Spitfires operated by number 92 Squadron alongside the unit's Mark 5s in Tunisia in 1943. One of EN152's pilots was the much-respected RAF fighter ace, Squadron Leader Neville Duke, who became the highest-scoring Allied ace of the Mediterranean theatre of war. When Duke finally ceased frontline flying and went home near the end of 1944, he was just 22 years of age. Here we have a very special Hurricane. Hurricane PZ865 was the very last Hurricane to be built out of nearly 15,500 that were produced. She was produced at Langley in July 1944 with the inscription, "The last of the many," on her port and starboard sides. Keen to preserve the last Hurricane ever built, Hawkers purchased the aircraft back from the Air Ministry and kept it in storage at Langley. In 1950, PZ865 was entered in the King's Cup air race by Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret and flown by Group Captain Peter Townsend, where it achieved second place. During the 1960s, PZ was returned to its wartime camouflage scheme and made numerous display appearances, often in the hands of the famous fighter pilot and test pilot Bill Bedford, and it also appeared in the film The Battle of Britain. In March 1972, after a complete overhaul, PZ865 was flown to Coltishall and presented by Hawker Siddeley to the BBMF. PZ865 currently appears in all-black night fighter colour scheme, replicating Hurricane Mark II Charlie, BE634. As a special commemoration in the 80th anniversary year of the Dam Busters raid, we are delighted to present a unique formation. If you look to your right, Lancaster PA-474 is joined by her modern-day counterpart, the Eurofighter Typhoon, as she completes her display for you today. We hope you enjoy the opportunity to capture the new and the old as they conduct a series of graceful passes prior to the Typhoon commencing its high-performance solo display. Avro Lancaster PA-474 is one of only 2 of these iconic 4-engine heavy bombers still airworthy, out of nearly 7,400 that were built. An absolutely staggering number if you think about it. She is a flying memorial to those who served in RAF Bomber Command and those who tragically lost their lives. PA-474 was built at the Vickers Armstrong Broughton factory at Hawarden in 1945 at the end of the war, so did not see any operational service. The aircraft joined the BBMF in 1973, making this her 50th year with us. PA-474 was officially adopted by the City of Lincoln in 1975, and permission was granted for the aircraft to display the coat of arms and the name of the city on its nose. PA-474 is currently painted on its port side as Lancaster Whiskey 5005 ARL Leader, with nose art depicting a kangaroo in miner's boots playing the bagpipes, which represented the mixed nationalities of its crew at the time. On the starboard side, PA-474 wears the 50 Squadron code letters VNT, which were the code letters of the aircraft in which Flying Officer Dougie Milliken flew 27 of the 35 operations on his tour with 50 Squadron. He was the grandfather to former OC BBMF Andy Milliken, and we are very proud to have Lancaster PA-474 based at Coningsby in Lincolnshire, the very heart of Bomber County. If you would like to keep up to date with our activity, you can find us on social media. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at RAF BBMF and on Facebook at bbmf.official. You can also visit our PR team who are in the military village, who are there to answer any of your questions that you may have. We've been the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and we sincerely hope that you've enjoyed our display for you here today in Bournemouth. I would just like to leave you with one final thought, and that is the flight's motto. Lest we forget.
Well, our grateful thanks there to Flight Sergeant Liam Osmond for an excellent display. What a marvellous sight that is to have the Typhoon. Many decades of celebrating much the same business. Really, truly outstanding. And of course, lest we forget, it was interesting the Neville Duke's age was literally the average age of British pilots in the battle. Just 22, the average life expectancy just 4 weeks. An absolutely extraordinary effort in a battle that lasted 114 days. But now, the full power and might of the front line of today's Royal Air Force. As you're aware, you don't get to say a few too many words to listen to the field fly. Fantastic performance, and using a minimal amount of sky in front of you in the hands of Flight Lieutenant Matthew Barati, of course, from 29 Squadron up at Coningsby. They've contributed so much to the UK air display industry from that base today already. Hands, he's just his little office up front. He doesn't feel the effects that you are down on the ground there of that two 20,000-pound Euro 200 engines, producing a total thrust of 40,000 pounds and enabling this aircraft to fly up to Mach 1.5. Absolutely astonishing stuff. Restriction placed on Matt today, because anything in excess of 600 miles an hour, he would get a ticket, and probably you would get a nosebleed, and a lot of windows and dogs would be very affected by that as well. So it is for your own safety as well as his. Although it's interesting, of course, up at high level, you don't feel the speed quite as much as you would when you're so close to the ground. Don't forget, these guys are also on alert 24 hours a day, protecting the coastlines of UK. Being able to withstand forces of +9 to -3, that helps him keep this jet in such a small piece of airspace, highly manoeuvrable. And he will go from extremes of speed as well, from what you've seen, around 600. So just as the air begins to break away from the wing, it is a reflection of the amount of humidity in the area, often referred to as small. Great photographic effect. As it was last night, by the way. The night show was brilliant as well. How about that for outstanding slow roll control? Way, way more difficult than you imagine, particularly in a heavyweight machine like that. underneath those wings, a vast array of hard points to carry an extraordinary amount of ordnance, including, of course, the gun as well. If you go along to the stand, you can see some of the weaponry that these aircraft carry. It's up by the Stem Village on the East Overcliff. Well worth a visit. But Matt now just pulling the stick back, coming back on the throttle, but he can't lose control because the canards are overriding any twitchiness. You can see them flitting about there. And of course, little barking Betty on board, just making sure he doesn't, but not quite on the stalk, but back to an extraordinary speed, 120 to 140 knots, before then kicking in the burners and then pushing the jet away. Back up to H9G to get these tight turns in, but he's got a lot of help on board from the all-body G-suit that he's wearing, giving him support from the chest all the way down to his feet, and of course pressure breathing as well to ensure that he gets all the oxygen he needs. You can see how much in. If the air were to completely break away from the upper side of the surface, of course, then he would go into a near stall or spin configuration. If you haven't spotted the ITV documentary yet, it gives you a great insight, not just to flying as a pilot, but also the ground support that the Typhoon pilots get at Royal Air Force Slingsby. Well worth a look. It gives you a really good insight into fighter pilots and bomber pilots have in the cockpit, able to see so much more than you would imagine, and also communicate with a vast variety of different assets, as we refer to them, in and around the battlefield. And that, of course, includes passing information via satellite, if necessary, as well, between the different ground-based activities. It's a really superb machine. Of course, he has a lot of data coming into it as well. Passing through not just the dials and his own onboard computers, but of course also his multifunction head-down display and a head-up display, as well as his head-mounted display as well. I refer to QRA. Service provided by the frontline operational pilots at Slingsby. It can be launched at very short notice to intercept any intruders that may come into UK airspace. Absolutely a stunning departure there. That is the way to depart an air show. Get as much height as you can, and then just say, hey Bournemouth, would you mind letting me land again? Just gliding it back down. We've got a big block of airspace here that Bournemouth Airport really do help with, and our grateful thanks to them for directly supporting the appearance of the Typhoon here today. Absolutely superb stuff. And Andy, do you want to? Would you like to have a little go on that sort of ride?
Well, you know, a safe cruising speed, George, of 1,380 miles an hour without the burners on is quite some speed. And to put that into perspective for you, for Matt to get back to RAF Lossiemouth, if he was going by car, it'd take him 12 hours. If he was on the train on a normal day, it'd take him 15 hours and 4 changes, or 30 minutes in the aircraft. Which would you choose?
Oh, well, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Trouble is, it takes you about 5 years of training to be able to do that. And of course,
it's not for me.
No, and we can find out all about that training, of course, if you go up to the RF Village, which is up on the East Overcliff, and speak to all the trades. For every one pilot, there are literally dozens of people behind him, providing all the necessary services to keep these jets in the air. Right, a quick pause now whilst we reset the stage for the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment Tigers coming on in the next few minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got an aircraft in the sky once again, and thank you those who've been spotting it. Boys and girls, do help us out up here. Sometimes we can't see everything because there's all loads and loads of equipment and stuff around us. So it's great to see you all screaming and shouting, pointing out. To tell you all about this aircraft, what they're going to do next, please welcome from the Princess of Wales Royal Regiment, Captain, you are a captain still, aren't you? Or yes, I thought you were. Oliver Sword-Gurney. Over to you, Ollie.
Thank you very much, George. It is a great pleasure to be here once again. So my name is Captain Oliver Sword-Gurney, or Ollie Sword-Gurney, from the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team, Officer Commanding. I have with me Private Ryan Clark down on the beach at DZ Control, who's going to give a bit of a wave. He's there supported by some University Air Squadron as well, who are sort of helping him out man the DZ. We have just popped some smoke. We've had the aircraft do a quick pass over about 1,500 feet, dispatching 2 wind drift indicators. So if you look out to sea and look straight up to the solid center of the display arena, you will see these just hovering, okay, in the wind as they slowly drift down. So today's display jump master is Private Matthew Botwright. He is hanging out the side of that Cessna 208 Caravan. He's just dispatched these wind drift indicators. They're just going right in front of us in the commentary box, which is pretty spectacular, and slowly drifting down the beach. So we're using those to identify, okay, which direction the wind is going. And with that, we've got the display pilot today is Ross, operating the aircraft from Army Parachute Association in Netheravon, our home base. So the aircraft's flown in all the way from Netheravon today to carry out the drop. We've just done the assessment, and now the discussion is going to be between the pilot and between the display jump master what sort of show we could do and where the winds are coming from. And Bournemouth is always a very tricky place to jump because of the nature of the cliff. We get a lot of curl over from the hotels and the cliff going out to sea, so it is very complicated. So I'll be interested to see what goes on. There's 2 options here. We can either go for a low show because we've got a bit of big chunky cloud coming in and might prevent a high show, but we are hoping the pilot's pretty skillful. He's going to find a nice big gap for the guys to get out. So just a few safety points while the aircraft are now sort of circling up to heat. The first thing is smoke. So we will be using smoke on both on the DZ and the jumpers. It's completely non-toxic. However, if it does sort of go into your faces and you find difficulty in breathing, then please just move out the smoke. It could stain your clothing though, so do be aware of that. The other safety implication is the jumpers. If they do decide to land anywhere outside the arena, okay, then please do just move to the side, let them land safely, and then send them up to the top of the cliff where they can have a discussion about their future career on the team. They should all land in and around the cross. I also like to take this opportunity to give a shout out to the Coast Guard. So thank you very much to the Coast Guard for making sure that we are safe. Okay, if the guys decide to land in the water, we can land in the water. All the guys are wearing life vests. But I also want to say a big thank you to the Coast Guard for last night, because without their support in helping us do a bit of logistical moving with equipment, we wouldn't have been able to do our amazing night jump. So thank you very much for that.
It'll be at cloud base and ready to run in about 2 minutes. Yeah, it's here, roger, clear running, clear drop. Clear drop, Gus, yes, sir.
And so that there is a discussion between the display DZ control and also the pilot from what height we're going to get there. So we're going to go for cloud base at the moment because the cloud is pretty chunky. So it'll still be interesting to see what the guys will do. Unlike everything else here, I don't have a script. I can't really tell you exactly what's going to happen. It's now going to be between the display jump master. He's going to be issuing his quick battle orders in that aircraft to tell the rest of the team what they're going to do. So a bit of history about the team while the aircraft runs in. We've got 2 more minutes. So the team historically is formed from the Princess of Wales' Royal Regiment. Before that was the Queen's Regiment in 1986, and then it formed the Tigers Army Parachute Display Team. We're all Army. We like to emphasise that as best as possible. Okay, we're an Army team. We represent the Army. All the team, including myself, all joined the infantry. Okay, before coming across the team, and we've had a huge, big variety of careers. So once we've landed, please do chat to the team. Do chat to the guys in the Army Village as well about what they've done, their lived experience. And parachuting is just one of those many things that we get to offer as adventure training to test soldiers' mental well-being and also their cognitive thinking, their problem solving, and also especially their courage. Throwing themselves out of a perfectly good aircraft, even though you haven't seen what it's like in this aircraft with the seats and seatbelts and the service, it is quite a challenge. So the aircraft's been running now. It's just sort of gone into a bit of cloud. There we got smoke on the aircraft, so smoke on, that means they're ready to get out. So red light's on, the door is open. Now they're waiting for permission. So if we can give them a big cheer, ladies and gentlemen, after 3. Okay, they'll all be able to hear us from this height. So 3, 2, 1, give them a big cheer. There we go. Let's give them a bit more encouragement. So 3, 2, 1, we're going to shout jump. So 3, 2, 1, jump. Oh, I don't think they heard. Let's try it again. 3, 2, 1, then jump. And there they go. They heard that time. So there you got Corporal Eddie Rudd. He is a lead-in today. He's got smoke on. He's deployed. Okay, and he's coming all the way down, followed by Lance Corporal Anthony Highland, okay, and Private Barney Martin. Now, what's special about this one is that Lance Corporal Anthony Highland, he's doing a tandem parachute jump on this. So on his front, okay, he has attached, okay, red .05, a red arrow's little teddy bear that we've decided to a little bit of joint service cooperation. So if any of you have got really big lenses, you can zoom in on the second jumper. You should see Corporal Anthony Highland, okay, with a red arrowed teddy bear attached to his chest. So we're just tandeming in a nice little red arrow, just to say a big thank you for the joint cooperation. So that's all the jumpers out. It does look like, unfortunately, we've got a low show, so we're not going to be able to do any crew because of the height. However, we're going to do a nice bit of free fall, sort of stack spiral all the way down. You've got Sergeant Frank Millerick has now taken the lead. He's got a 120 size canopy. He's doing a nice big swoop, okay, all the way into the centre. There he goes. What a landing that is. A very, very fast landing, very, very sports designed parachute. So he's come in, Sergeant Frank Millerick, the team leader, at least 8,000 jumps. That should be Lance Corporal Anthony Highland there, one of our tandem instructors, tandeming in the bear. Now with Corporal Eddie Rudd swiftly behind him, doing his final turn, coming into land. Corporal Eddie Rudd from the 1st Battalion Royal Regiment Fusiliers. Where Private Will Sims is flying the flag for the TSA, one of our sponsors who are responsible for organising all of the air show that you've been taking part of the last few days. So a nice big shout out to the TSA. They do a fantastic job looking after us and making this all happen. You've got Private Jacob Jackson flying the leg flag, the UJ leg flag. So he's coming into land there, really, really accurate, nice smooth landing. Private Matthew Botch right there, a little heel kick, and that's him down. Last by no means least, Private Will Sims. So if you think you could do something like this, then please do look us up on social media, give us a shout out, share your pictures. Okay, it's been an absolute pleasure. That's all canopies down. All canopies down. There's been a fantastic display. Please give them all a big round of applause. Any pictures you've taken, tag us in them. Okay, do make sure you have a chat with the guys, chat with the Army Village. Okay, all the opportunities there to do a skydive. If you are a civilian or a service person and you want to have a go at skydiving, you can give us a shout on our Instagram, our Facebook, social media, or our website. We can attach you to one of our tandem instructors. We have 3 in the team, and we can throw you out 13,500 feet out our home base in Netheravon. And likewise, if you want to learn to skydive, the Army Parachute Association, who provided today's aircraft, you can do a jump with them or learn to skydive. If you're service personnel, do have a chat with us because we can help facilitate adventure training under unit authorised adventure training or as an adventure training expedition. All these opportunities are there available, and if you want to do it and get paid to do it, and think about a career in the Army, and it is very, very exciting. Get to all sorts of wonderful things. So just remember these soldiers, okay, they weren't all parachutists, they were all infantry soldiers, they still are infantry soldiers. Corporal Eddie Rudd's about to deploy soon. He's being dragged back to his battalion, and he's going to deploy somewhere cold for the winter. But the guys have all deployed operationally overseas and in the UK before joining the team, and then we will maintain their military career as they sort of rotate back into the Green Army as well as doing adventure training. So once again, Bournemouth Air Festival, it is such an honour and pleasure. We absolutely love coming here. It's one of the highlights of our season. It is local to us as well, so it is one of the best things to do where our families get to see what we do. Otherwise, we're normally scattered all across the UK and wider Europe. So you've been a fantastic crowd. Give them all a big round of applause. We'll be able to get some photos as the guys leave, and then we'll look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for the final day of the Air Festival. Thank you very much.
Fantastic job. Another day well done. Thank you, Captain Oliver Sword Gurney there, and doing a tremendous job. And grateful thanks to Marriott, the Highcliffe Marriott, of course, for supporting that particular item on our agenda here. Really first class, and make the most of the Army Village, those of you that are down on the lower deck, as I refer to it, down on the beach side, because so many people assist us in basically sponsoring the content that you are enjoying. And amongst those, there are several others too, Andy.
Indeed, not only the armed forces, as George said, the Royal Navy, the Army and the Royal Air Force. Also, we must say a big thanks to the Oceania Group, the Bournemouth Air Festival Safety Advisory Group, who play a really important role in supporting this event, to Bournemouth Air Festival Traffic Management Group, to Dorset Police, Her Majesty's Coast Guard, the RNLI, the Lifeguards, South Western Ambulance, and Public Health Dorset, to name just a few. And I have to say, a big thank you, as always, to the Bournemouth Air Festival Patrons Club. They always get a mention, but, you know, it's a really, really good organisation. It's fun, it's social, it's a bit of business, and it's all for charity, and it's all to help this event keep rolling.
Yeah, it is indeed. You can help your little bit as well. If you haven't picked up a programme yet, it's incredibly good value at just £6.50. You got some really, really good photographs, articles, insights, and particularly when we come to talk about Rolls-Royce later, all those who live in the Southbourne area, I'm sure you're aware of what we're referring to, but we'll give you a bit more detail on that as well. One of the, we've mentioned the STEM Village now and again. It's really full of some really interesting stuff that's going. You can learn about nuclear energy, as we heard earlier. You can launch a lifeboat, and there's an infrared camera up there I saw earlier on, so that's quite a spooky thing to do for the little ones. All sorts of stuff you can plan to do during the 2 breaks during the course of the day. The first one's at 2:10 through to about just after 3 o'clock, and then the second one, a much longer break, from about 5:30 through till 7:30. But we've just got a short gap now while we reset the beaches and the parachutists and everything else, and then a couple of solo aircraft coming your way very shortly. Wonderful mellow afternoon we have, and it's an opportunity just to remind you, before we get into the real thick and heavyweight action, well, we've enjoyed a fair bit of that with the Typhoon, but just a reminder of the general rules: if you are going swimming, please stay within the yellow marked buoy area. The tide is progressively going to go out during the course of the afternoon, so it will, of course, restrict your ability to swim properly, but nonetheless, you must still stay in. Otherwise, if you don't, you'll first of all probably get accosted by one of the lifeguard patrols, the RNLI patrols, or we will stop the air display, which is all very frustrating for everybody. But sun really bearing down low, with a bit of cloud cover coming in between now and again, but warming up just beautifully. So look after the kids in particular, won't you? Hats, sunscreen, and plenty of hydration as well. That goes for everybody. There are water filling points around the sites. You know, make the most of those, please. We're doing our best not to make any use of plastic bottles, if at all possible. And that would help just the sustainability, the policies that we're trying to adopt now to help also keep this show on the road. And much of it is down to the behaviour of all of us to ensure that we look after our rubbish, dispose of it sensibly, and minimise the use of reusable or non-reusable plastics, of course. Andy, there's a few other things to bear in mind as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A big thank you so far for everybody that hasn't put a drone in the air. Thank you very much indeed from Dorset Police. I'd like to see that carry on for the rest of the weekend. It is a restricted airspace here from the Civil Aviation Authority, so please do remember, no flying of drones. If they go up, unfortunately, the police will ask you to bring them down, and you will cause the display to end.
You will indeed, but unspotted, we've seen Rod Dean come in and do his first manoeuvre already, which is fantastic news. A little bit early, a couple of minutes earlier than we were anticipating him. In the sky now, right in front of you, a legend of the air display business in a beautiful little aircraft, ideal for these sort of aerobatics. To tell you a bit more about that, Andy.
Thank you, George. Yes, Rod Dean flying for us today in the Firefly, the T-67. And Rod has spent the last 50 years directly involved in aviation, 21 years in the Royal Air Force alone, and the rest of it in civil aviation. The T-67 he's flying for you today, formerly known as the Fournier RF-6, is a single-engine aerobatic trainer aircraft designed and developed by Slingsby Aviation in Yorkshire. It's quite an advanced aircraft, developed for the UK Armed Forces and civil professional flying schools. And despite this history coming from 1974, there are still about 250 T-67s that are currently operational worldwide. A few of them actually down the road at Goodwood, if you fancy going them. I'll give you some details of that a little bit later. Now, Rod, during his RAF service, spent the whole time flying on operational squadrons or training units, principally flying the Hunter and the Jaguar. You might remember those from air shows of the past, but he's also spent some time on the Hawk, the Jet Provost, the Meteor, the Gnat, and the Chipmunk. The unique colouring of the T-67 making it very easy for you to spot in the air today. T-67 is what is known as a semi-monocoque design. It's designed to carry out general handling, instrument flying, and aerobatic flying. It's also unique in its capabilities for night flying, navigation flying, and formation missions, even in adverse climatic conditions. Now, in 1972 and 1973, Rod was the Strike Command Hunter display pilot for the RAF and flew some 50 public displays over 2 seasons, and was the winner of the first WD&HO Wills Solo Jet Display Trophy at the Air Tattoo in 1972. And then after serving in Aden, Bahrain, Germany and Oman, in addition to numerous tours, of course, in the UK, he left the RAF as a squadron leader and as a qualified flying instructor and qualified weapons instructor. Now, George, You've flown the T-67. Explain to us the handling that Rod will be able to do here.
Delightful, absolutely delightful. First of all, the visibility, I just wanted to point that out, is absolutely stunning from this aircraft. Good, full 360 degrees. Great when you're doing formation work and tail chasing and things like that as well. But very light on the controls. Good rate of roll for a relatively small aircraft. Now, depending on which mark you've got, the 160 or the 260, then that will affect the amount of time you've got to spend on energy management. So in handling terms, Rod on the lighter weight one, 160, needs to use, well, that's partly why he started high, of course. You need to use that altitude to convert that into energy and speed to ensure you get through the maneuvers you need. As he goes through this display, you'll see he moves lower and lower so that he does then a range of more gentle rolling maneuvers, not requiring quite the same effort. Still able to pull a reasonable degree of G, of course, and this an ideal aircraft in many respects. Of course, also noticeable, not just in handling terms, but you can see here going through a delightful barrel roll, effortlessly. This aircraft a joy to fly in many, many respects. The 260, though, just gives that bit more, you know, you can imagine an extra 100 horsepower on an aircraft of this side, giving you definitely a lot extra comfort zone in terms of what power to get out of those perhaps unfortunate elements. You don't worry so much then about your speed falling away when you've got that bit of energy to bring on.
Rod is enjoying quite a spacious cockpit environment there. It is, of course, 2 seats adjacent to each other, which is what makes it so ideal for its role in student pilot and flight instructing. It's got a lovely glass canopy, as George was saying, which also includes ventilation, which is, on a day like today, for Rod, is something of an essential.
Yeah, well, here's another aspect of its handling. It's slow speed capability, and you can see this is almost slower than perhaps, so it looks it with a bit of a breeze out there as well, almost slower than the speed you would come into land at. So it makes it ideal. It's very forgiving in many, many respects, this aircraft. Got a little bit of flap there as well, of course, just to balance that out.
On the civil flying side for Rod, he's spent many years as a general aviation flying instructor, mainly concentrating on aerobatic instruction and being involved in many flying displays across the UK and around the world. He's flown a wide variety of World War II and immediate post-war piston fighters, such as the Mustang, the Corsair, the Wildcat, the Sea Fury, the Bearcat, the Hurricane, the Harvard, the Skyrider, and most favourite of mine, and probably yours as well, the Spitfire. He's also been involved and flown a number of vintage jet aircraft, such as the Meteor, the Vampire, which of course we saw for the first time here in Bournemouth yesterday, the Venom, the T-33, the F-86 Sabre, and of course, not surprisingly, the Hunter.
Yeah, there's a massive, there's well, 50 years of flying experience in this cockpit in front of us, and he's still got the mind of a 19-year-old. He's absolutely top bloke. No, he's brilliant, brilliant fun, masses of energy, and just loves, he just can't stop displaying aircraft. Really notable individual, made a massive contribution through his work at the CAA and with the British Air Display Association as well, in ensuring that we continue to do this appropriately, professionally, and of course safely. So all of those skills, an awful lot of a massive contribution basically to the business we do. So it's small, it's light, but it's notably efficient. I think, Andy, the reason I butted in there, I think he's just coming around for his last pass. So, and as I said, we require all your audience participation when you're with us throughout the day here, particularly the youngsters. They take a little peek out of the cockpit just to check that everybody's having a good time. So do give them all a wave. They really do appreciate it. They can't hear you, but they can see you. So whatever you've got, hats, coats, ice creams, umbrellas, do please give Rod Dean a massive great wave from the Bournemouth Air Festival. And there he is, waving you goodbye as well. And there he is, just signing off for us. And we're, gosh, this is already going way too fast for us. Another neat little aircraft going to making its debut as well. And there you may have just picked up in the background the next aircraft just being told that he is ready to go. He'll call us running in just a few minutes. So he's just being held off just for a couple of minutes while we reset the safety parameters and all that that's going on, as you well know. So back with you in a moment. Keep your eyes peeled, though, boys and girls, when you. These are all tricky aircraft to pick out the sky when they're on their own. But this next one, a little bit bulky, very different, and I think you're going to enjoy it. If you just joined us, a huge warm welcome to you from BCP Council and all those contributors to the Bournemouth Air Festival. Do pick up a programme, do plan your day out, so that'll help you do it as well. Do sign up to the app, and then you can also monitor any changes. Right now, no changes to what we're planning to fly. We've already incorporated that into the programme, and there's basically activity all the way through until 10 o'clock tonight. Great chance for you as a gap. We've got a bit of a late lunch break coming up in half an hour's time at 2:10. But settle yourselves down. It's going to be busy and busier, and it's also going to be hot and warm, so plan for all of that and remain safe.
And if you are planning for that late lunch, let me tell you where you'll be able to find all your refreshments. If you get a programme, as George said, they are just £6.50. And in there's a wonderful map of the site. You can also get that on the Bournemouth Air Festival app. On the East Overcliff, we have the RAF Village and some vintage cards. But if you're looking for refreshment on the Overcliff, is the Hop On In bar. That's just opposite the Chinook. A wonderful pint of Doom bar from there last night. Thank you, guys. We'll be back a little bit later as well. But the Hop On In on the East Overcliff. Down on Zone 2, on the beach there, we have the Sandbar, the Cocktail Bar, that's by the East Cliff Zigzag, and the Sunset Beach Bootleg Bar in Zone 4. And if you're feeling a little bit cheesy, which is the name of the game in the commentary booth, then a first for the festival, we have the cheesemakers Boursin here, and they've teamed up with the Great British Bake Off star Manon Legreve to create a bistro on the beach. So if you fancy some Boursin and crackers, get down onto the beach for your lunch today.
Well, the good news is I've just heard. Wait a minute, I'm listening. Good, you just overheard that. We're going to bring the next aircraft in a minute or so earlier. Keep your eyes peeled. This is very, very different indeed. It is a warbird, but not the sort of warbird that you may be imagining, because this one's been involved in Nam. Yeah, not Birmingham, it's Vietnam. And he's done a remarkable amount of service, primarily in the observation, light attack, and counter-insurgency field. One of its primary missions being as a forward air control aircraft during the course of the Vietnam War. Now, we do a lot of coordination with Bournemouth Airport, but sometimes they put them into different holds. They tell us they're coming in one way, then they come in the other. But I'm expecting this one from the west, the right-hand side. If it went off the runway that I thought he was being dispatched off. And look out, we mentioned the Vampire a moment ago. Well, this is the only other aircraft that's appearing at the Bournemouth Air Festival with a twin boom tailplane. And here it is now coming in from your right-hand side, in the hands of a well-known character from Belgium called Tony de Bruyn. And he's been flying from a very young age, around about 10 years old. His first solo was in a venerable K-13 glider back in 1983 and got his PPL at a very early stage. Just 5 years after that, in 1990. Sorry, no, he went on to fly the Chipmunk then and achieved that completion in the 90s. But here he is now bringing this all the way along, aided by his good companion and partner, Edith. And it's always a pleasure to add a bit of international flavour to the Bournemouth Air Festival, this being one of them. So here it comes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome Tony de Bruyn in the OV-10 Bronco. A very distinctive aircraft, as you can see, conceived by two US Marines who built a prototype in their garage and then adopted by North American Rockwell, making its first flights back in July 1965, and it served in 3 US branches from 1965 to 1995, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Marines. Initially, they were looking for an amphibious aircraft, but it ended up being this one, a specialist in that counterinsurgency work, a light attack and observation aircraft. Starting off with a beautiful trail of smoke in the sky above us. Primary mission was as a forward air control aircraft, but it can also carry up to 3 tons of external munitions, internal loads such as paratroopers or stretchers, and can loiter for 3 or more hours. Great utility aircraft in that respect, of course. Not just forward observation and but an air control, but could be an escort, an armed reconnaissance utility light aircraft, and of course a fair amount of ground attack work as well. Tony himself, a qualified commercial pilot with multi-engine instrument and instructor's ratings. Much of his experience, however, on this twin Garrett-powered turboprop aircraft, but also shares that experience with a Shorts Skyvan that he has. Well in excess in a region around 5,000 hours now. Uses mainly in the military and parachuting role for arms throughout Europe and the RAF. But as an aviation photographer, also put this aircraft and the Skyvan to great use as a photo ship at various venues. This performing here, his low-speed dirty pass. You notice the gear was down there, and that gear able to withstand landing on just your average road as well. Now, just pulling up into a figure of 8. Sadly, we don't have a runway here, just completing that circle, not going through the full figure I was anticipating there, but if we had a runway, of course, he would also be demonstrating its phenomenal short takeoff and landing capability as well. It's got excellent maneuverability, very short radius of turn, as you've just seen demonstrated there, and a pretty good roll rate as well. Putting the smoke on. And you're going to see something that you wouldn't perhaps quite expect with this aircraft. So there, classic ground attack profile, pulling up now as if to avoid the swell of ground fire that would be heading his way. He's done an awful lot of air-to-air work, but as you would imagine, he's also been involved with a few movers as well. There's not too many of these aircraft around the bazaars these days, so he made an appearance in Kingsman, the Secret Service as well, and a good few commercials too. And dropping the occasional prop, and there we go, another great strafing run there. As a forward air control aircraft that's able to be involved not just in tactical air observation, of course, but in artillery and naval gunfire spotting, airborne control of tactical air support operations, and front line and low-level aerial photography as well. A prototype used in Vietnam, designed to lay smoke, was also extremely successful. And able to operate, as you would imagine, being a very flexible and robust aircraft from forward operating bases. Not just from short landing strips in the countryside or rough roads, but also from aircraft carriers, amphibious assault ships, without using catapults or arresting wires as well. Easy to repair and maintain, completing a great chandelle over on our left-hand side there. No ground equipment required to start the engine, so brilliantly deployable aircraft this. And they're giving a massive wing wave to all of you down below, and that is a huge wave, isn't it? With a full 180 degrees either side. And you can see just what outstanding maneuverability this aircraft has. Positioning now for his last pass. Of course, you know the form down there, but he's doing that, I'm pretty sure, coming in at high level there is a demonstration of what he calls his K-San approach. And that is a very steep landing approach profile. Coined, practiced, and demonstrated regularly out during the war zone, particularly in Vietnam. And designed, is still used today by many fixed-wing aircraft going in and out of hostile areas to avoid the small arms fire. You can see what a steep approach this is. And out of this, he would, if we had a runway there, he'd be able to land and easily stop within round about 300 to 400 meters without any great effort. And I think it's just the most fantastic aircraft. So him now going off into the wild blue yonder. We'll pass our grateful thanks to our international act for this afternoon, all the way from Belgium. And a really, really competent and effective display. A marvellous aircraft. I love the meatiness of aircraft like that. And as I say, with the loiter speed it has as well. A lot of countries had orders for them. Germany, Thailand, Venezuela and Indonesia. This was indeed a German version of that particular aircraft, and were later supplied to Morocco, the Philippines and Colombia. and obviously updated with computerized cockpits and sensors, etc. And also used by the SEALs against ISIS, would you believe? So it's a really effective multi-purpose machine, ideal for the combat zone.
I like the idea that it can fly with its external tanks, George, for 5.5 hours, and if necessary, run on car fuel. I mean, that is some versatility in an aircraft, isn't it?
MOGAS, as the states call it. But hiding out to the left-hand side there, you may have just caught on the radio that we're now expecting the final item for phase 1 of this show. We've got 3 phases, and it's a really, really delightful balletic display, this, by 2 really super chaps, years and years of experience between them. I was chatting to them just earlier on this morning. Always a pleasure to work with these guys. They work very, very hard to finesse their displays, and coming in to join us very shortly from your left-hand side. I was expecting them from the other way, but I think they've pretty much been rerouted around. I heard the call saying to be aware of their activity. Let's see what we get out of this. In the hands of Nigel Reed and John Dodd, consummate performers. It's a pairs close formation display, but done in a very sublime and balletic manner, and I think you're certainly going to really, really enjoy this. And I've just heard they're running in. Branded the Firebirds, but I refer to this daytime as the very much the Daybirds, and you'll understand why, I think, very much. They're just absolutely delightful. So smoke is on, pitching up a crowd centre right in front of you in a pair. Please welcome the Firebirds. So these 2 aircraft, absolutely delightful. They're really super touring machines. They're called Van's RV4s. A series of sport aircraft, and the most successful, perhaps, of all build-it-yourself kit planes across the planet. Literally tens of thousands of the RV series of aircraft have taken to the skies. This, the RV4 development of the 3, but the range now well past 12s. I believe a 14 has been developed and assembled. Simple aircraft, but robust, an empty weight of approximately 500 kilograms. That's about a third the weight of a VW Golf, but fitted with a 5.3 litre, 160 horsepower engine, giving it performance like a hot rod. Now, we love the cadence this. We're going to teach you a little bit about the art of formation flying when we drop in and listen to the very gentle tones of Nigel leading this tight formation. Of course, his job is to keep the aircraft in the right box in the sky, going in the right direction, carving accurately, whereas wingman, of course, stays glued to him, but out of the way, replicating each and every single maneuver on the cadence of the voice that you're going to hear in a minute or two, putting in the control effort so that they then turn, as they are now, at exactly the same time. And these guys are masters at this display. Normal cruising around about 160 miles an hour when they're doing normal, which is not very often. So they're making the most of the entire flight envelope at everything from 0 speed at the top of a aerobatic maneuver to over 200 miles an hour. So stand by. Great photographers dream this. There's so many balletic maneuvers. Yeah, they're their version of the cyclone. They call it the rollovers. And that smoke, not just for aesthetic purposes, but also for safety as well. And when they split and maneuver around the sky and they do opposition runs, then it is a great way of seeing each other. Picked out well in the sky now, but with white aircraft, frequently if you've got a cloud behind you or the sun isn't in the angle it is today, very, very hard to spot them. You'll recognise, if you've been here many, many years, that the predecessors and previous owners of these aircraft were known as the Fireflies. It's a very similar demonstration. Wonderful demonstration here. Now, as the lead aircraft tucks in behind the rear, then Doddy in the second aircraft also pulls up into a loop, just going over the top. He'll be looking over the top of his head now to look out for his leader, and then just neatly, with perfect timing, tuck in behind him. And that is the art of formation flying. Absolutely outstanding. You come in from just slightly underneath, increasing your speed, and then tucking in. Now, this is the sort of aircraft you can build in your backyard, and then just put it all together and ship it to your nearest airstrip. And you can tailor it to your own flying ambitions, of course. Fairly roomy cockpits, room for a bit of baggage as well, so good for nipping off for a long weekend. Got 2 seats there in tandem. Other variants, of course, of the RVs have side-by-side seating, but this one giving a real fighter pilot feel, being in tandem with dual controls replicated in the rear seat as well. When they do need a runway, they don't need much either. Very similar to the last aircraft, just about 300 meters will do that. And able to withstand, rugged enough to withstand forces of +6 to -3. Don't forget, when you're pulling G as they are now, they're going to put in a little turn there. And they're going to brake. Opportunity.
Now.
There we go. You heard Nigel's call. And this is where they will reconfigure and going to individual maneuvers. These aircraft, although pretty standard for anybody to build, they have been heavily modified for their role as airshow performers, of course, fitted with smoke systems, as you can see. But also, this evening, you'll be able to see them with wingtip pyrotechnics for twilight displays, as well as the LED light strips as well. They're not fitted with inverted fuel systems and therefore must generally maintain positive G loading to ensure the engine continues to run. And you just see the action, the control input goes on right on the final bit of the syllable. And look at that. Fantastic maneuver in the sky. Now, I mentioned the names of the pilots already today. Nigel Reed may be familiar because he's very much a local lad. Comes from just down the road in Poole. Was involved in engineering aircraft at a very early age before then proceeding into the cockpit through the help of his father. His father used to fly for the Air Force, Meteors, Canberras and Sea Vixens, and really got into the Like many people, it's the smell of the aircraft often just sort of motivates you. Well, he got involved and joined the local ATC squadron in Poole itself before then getting into gliding and air experience flying with the Chipmunks of 2 air experience flight, and was lucky enough to gain his PPL at just 18, having been lent a friend's Piper Vagan. Look at this now as they literally hang on until the airspeed is almost down to 0, and then using a boot full of rudder, they just turn around on their tails to complete what we call a stall turn. Nigel joined the RAF straight from school, one of the last pilots to complete the tactical weapons course on the Hunter at Brawdy, but then went on to the Jaguar, served in Bruggen and Coltishall, before then going into commercial aviation, flying pretty much the wide range of 7s, the 57, the 47 and the 777 as well. Bucket loads of experience therefore, not just in his cockpit but also in the other one with John Dodd, a Scotsman, and both delightful fellows by the way. Also went into the Air Training Corps, studied electrical engineering at Dundee, and then started flying Cessna 152s at the Dundee Flying Club. And it's been in his blood ever since. Although a research scientist for some part of his life, went on to fly turbine islanders as I have, and a great aircraft, good utility aircraft as well that is, before then getting a commercial job with the Scottish Fisheries Protection Agency. Went on to the 737 with BMI and then to BA. So the pair of these guys, probably between them about 80 years of aviation experience, and I wouldn't like to guess just what their joint number of flying hours are, but it's absolutely huge because John, in his spare time, also used to fly the vintage aircraft at Air Atlantique. Just dropping in the cockpit, listening in to the cadence. It's very, very sublime, this, as I mentioned at the start. It's a delightful ballet in the sky. And super little aircraft, so very maneuverable. And as they go over the top, they actually do look back over their own shoulders to ensure they get the right brake. And putting in that little twist gives it a what we call a quarter clover as they run out to sea to reposition. So good photo opportunity coming up now, and a good opportunity also to give your partner a hug or give them your own thoughts. We give our thanks to all the teams pulling up into the heart. And that is the Firebirds complete of their day demonstration, which I think you'll all agree is absolutely stunningly well done. They're not flying by you again, so we'll have to pass on your grateful thanks, but I think an absolutely delightful performance. And that, Andy, when I was telling you get in and do some aerobatic flying, that's the sort of aircraft would be a nice way to start.
Well, that's for me later this year, and I'm really looking forward to it, to finally feel some G. So, George, those people that have not flown in any form of aerobatics, explain to me the difference between G and negative G, because it is significant.
Well, they're both G,
yeah,
and they're just in different directions. So right now, standing on the beach, you're all weighing 1 G, your own standard body weight, whatever that is, you know, 8, 9, 10 stone, that's your weight, it's 1 G. To get an aircraft through the air in the best possible airspace, particularly at speed, you need to actually pull pressure onto the stick and put pressure on the aircraft to make the turn or make the maneuver. As you do that, the body is forced down into the seat. and the force is relative, the amount of pressure you're pulling on the aircraft controls or engine power at the same time. So as you pull more force on that, like say the Typhoon or just a regular turn in a small aircraft, around about 4G, top of going up into a loop, round about 4G, that is 4 times your body weight. That's what it means, 4 times your body weight going down to your feet. If you were to flip the aircraft through 180 degrees and push the control lever in the other direction, either ways, you know, forward in other words, of where the center is, you're then pushing your body weight and your blood in the other direction, in other words, towards the top of your head. That is negative G. You can rarely stand more than about 3 negative G before you know, just blot out, because red out is what it's called, as opposed to a tunnel vision that you might get around about perhaps beyond 6G when you're putting positive G. So it's just a case of the direction the G is going in your body. Positive G goes down through your bottom, through your legs, and that is why fighter pilots wear G pants. G pants squeezes the blood in your legs to stop all the blood going further down your body, and therefore keep some going for the brain. The all-important brain needs blood in it all the time. The other way, too much blood in the brain actually causes the reverse effect. So that's G.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm looking forward to my flying experience later in the year, and as I haven't got one of those suits, I think the most we'll go to is 3 or 4G, really.
I think you look marvellously debonair in a pair of G pants, actually.
Thanks, George.
Very good. Well, anyway, right time. Now, this is the first break of the day. Good opportunity to top up your teas and coffees, get the sandwiches, sort out the children. Don't forget the sunscreen as well. We are working, of course, all the way through till 10 o'clock tonight, but in this case, we're going to be back at around about 3 o'clock, I think, for the next phase 2 of this fantastic air display. But right now, time for us to get a tea break as well. I'll leave you in the capable and entertaining hands of Hot Radio. on the road, and that's what we intend to do with a slightly extended now phase 2 of this third day, Bournemouth Air Festival. Stunning weather, stunning people. Just great to see so many of you here. If you've just pitched up during the time we were off air there, we were just taking a short break, but plenty of action all the way through now until 10 o'clock this evening with the most fabulous firework display. In this section, we've got a small training aircraft coming up very shortly. More about that. One of your most popular aircraft, the Chinook helicopter, of course. Another solo display from a Yak. Rolls-Royce making a tribute here to local information and heritage activities as well. The Navy Wings pitching up. A new act on the block, the Starlings, Richard Goodwin, and of course the Red Arrows. I know we're going to have a great afternoon. What are you looking forward to, Andy, dare I ask?
I have to say it will be the Waka Waka for the Chinook, because it does look like a beautiful, fully pregnant elephant doing ballet in the sky. I mean, it is immense, and I always really like that. It's been a favourite of mine since I've been a young man watching that display around the UK. So that for me will be...
that's going back a while, isn't it?
Thanks very much. It will be great. George, you have some safety information for
yes,
those people who are in the water at the moment.
We've just got to, yes, we've had a chat with the lifeguards and, of course, the main operators and rescue people as well. And we've been talking most of the morning about the yellow buoyed line. That is the swim line. Now, I know it's tricky if you want to go swimming because the tide is going out all afternoon. But please, please bear with us. Stay within the yellow buoy line, please. And then we do not have to interfere with the air display. We want everybody to enjoy this. A massive amount of work has gone in, not least the pilots themselves, practicing for weeks on end to get to this deadline. So please bear with us. And I know once we get to the break later on, after the Red Arrows, then we can let you sort of free loose a little bit more in the swim line, but certainly not before then. So bear that in mind. Of course, the sun's still very strong, very warm. Think about the kids in particular. Hats, sunscreen, plenty of fluids as well. And please, please keep a hold of all your belongings wherever you happen to be. And that includes the entire family, of course, as well. And if you see anything remotely suspicious or of concern, do please speak to any of the stewards around the site as well. And don't forget the environment either. We worked very, very hard with BCB Council this year to make this even more sustainable than it has been in the past. And
we're getting back into an afternoon of some very exciting action in the sky. Please do remember, this is a no-flying area for drones. Very simple, they're illegal, they're not allowed. Please, if you see someone that's next to you on the beach or on the cliff top about to put up a drone, taking it out of their bag, literally have a word with someone in a pink t-shirt from the event team here at BCP, or speak to the police, because this is a no-flying zone. If you're caught with a drone, then you will be liable to be prosecuted by the Civil Aviation Authority. But more importantly for today, we may have to pause the displaying whilst the drone is brought down. So let's not let that happen.
yeah, that's very, very frustrating. And it did happen last year. And would you believe they were taken away by the police for a very serious interview. So do bear that in mind. Right, we're ready to get the action going in the sky. To tell us all about this next aircraft, please welcome Flying Officer Lewis Osborne.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome to the 2023 Royal Air Force Tutor Display. My name is Flying Officer Osborne, but you can call me Ozzy, and I am the Tutor Display Manager for this season. And it's a pleasure to display the Grob to you all today. You may be able to see Gibbo coming in from the front. He's bringing himself in after doing his G-warms and checking the aircraft. The Tutor is the most accessible aircraft. If you're between 12 and 17 years old, you can join the Air Cadets, and you can be flying this aircraft you're about to see today. And now, flying in towards you from the centre at over 200 miles per hour is the Tutor Display pilot, Flight Lieutenant David John Gibbs. As he pulls up at 5.5 G, he converts his speed into height to perform his first manoeuvre, the Quarter Clover. David John is known to most as DJ or Gibbo. He was born in Southport and started his flying career in the Royal Navy in 1996, flying the Sea King and support helicopter role. As this is DJ's second year of the Tutor display, he is operating at a base height of 300 feet. This is 200 feet lower than his previous season. DJ now aims to regain his airspeed and pulls up into another Quarter Clover. As he goes over the top, he achieves 1,300 feet. DJ rolls 90 degrees whilst pointing straight up before completing a stall turn at almost zero airspeed. Keen enthusiasts amongst you may notice this is the only 2023 RAF display we are able to see his stall turn performed. DJ is now serving in the Royal Air Force, and when not displaying, he is responsible for training qualified military pilots to become instructors on the Grob Tutor. In his spare time, DJ flies vintage airplanes, races powerboats, and drives classic cars. During his varied career, DJ has amassed over 6,000 flying hours on 50 different aircraft types. The Tutor is operated by No. 6 Flying Training School and primarily for the UAS students and air cadets. 6 FTS is also engaged in other essential defence tasks, such as frontline mission rehearsal and the training of mission support crew. The wingover is a combined pitching and rolling manoeuvre used to turn the flight path through 180 degrees. You will notice that every wingover is slightly different as DJ carefully selects his flight path for differing wind conditions and aircraft energy states. The Tutor has a top speed of 212 miles per hour and can achieve a maximum of 6G, meaning the pilot is subjected to forces 6 times stronger than gravity. Whilst it not being as fast or as loud as other aircraft in the circuits, displaying the Tutor requires careful energy management due to its low power to weight ratio. DJ now uses a wingover to regain as much energy as possible as he sets up to perform his next manoeuvre. There are 13 air experience flights across the UK, and they serve over 1,200 air cadet squadrons and RAF Combined Cadet Force units nationwide. Each year, the experience offers flights to 20,000 cadets. And you can join the Air Cadets if you are between 12 and 17 years old, and from the age of 13, you can glide in the Viking or fly in the Tutor and experience aerobatic manoeuvres like you see here today. The RAF Air Cadets is also one of the largest providers of the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme and offers a range of other adventurous training. The Grob 115E Tutor is operated in partnership with Babcock International Group. It is constructed of a carbon composite material and has a 180 horsepower Lycoming piston engine. DJ will pull up into the vertical for another stall turn, and this is an excellent photo opportunity. As DJ presents the underside of the aircraft to you, you will see the high contrast of the dark colours compared to the sky, and this is designed to increase conspicuity. The Tutor display team is sponsored by the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. The Benevolent Fund supports Royal Air Force personnel, air cadets, veterans, and their wider families whenever they are in need. We're proud to raise awareness for a charity that gives so much to the whole of the RAF family. For those of you considering going to university, there are 15 university air squadrons across the UK. Students in the university air squadrons are taught to fly a Tutor by highly experienced military flying instructors. And the Tutor is capable of sustained inverted flight, which DJ will now demonstrate on this inverted pass. Sat at negative 1G and hanging in his straps, this is not a comfortable position to be in as blood rushes to his head. The University Air Squadrons provide a huge opportunity for personal development. They particularly embrace the Royal Air Force's core values of respect, integrity, service and excellence. The US offers a wide variety of adventure training in the UK and expeditions across the globe. In the 4-point roll, DJ delicately uses the rudder to support the nose above the horizon whilst flying at 90 degrees angle of bank. Visit our tent, website or view the Tutor Display leaflets to access a QR code to donate to the Benevolent Fund. And University Air Squadron members are not committed to a military career after graduation. However, many do decide to join the Royal Air Force, and why not visit the Tutor stand and talk to some University Air Squadron students at Southampton and Bristol about their experiences. I would like to take this moment to say a big thank you to our supporters this season. They are the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund, Breitling UK, Squadron Prince and Babcock, who provided much of the merchandise and supported us throughout the season. Following this swing over, DJ will complete the loop. The loop is a quintessential aerobatic maneuver. As he pulls up, he is subject to 5G. DJ aims to pitch the aircraft around an imaginary circle in the sky, and even when inverted, the centrifugal forces keep him pressed into his seat. The high tempo of Royal Air Force operations continue today, with aircraft and personnel deployed around the world, operating with NATO and our other allies. All the while, our QRA forces secure the skies above the United Kingdom 24/7, 365 in the Typhoon you saw earlier today and later at dusk this evening. Today, the Royal Air Force is recruiting for multiple rewarding and demanding professions. These professions include aircrew, air operation controllers, engineers, medics, cyberspace specialists, and many more. The Royal Air Force has an exciting future with the continued development of the Lightning, Poseidon, and Space Commands. They will soon be enjoyed by the introduction of the Wedgetail and Protector aircraft. Visit the RAF website to find out more and about careers in the Air Force. After completing this swing over, DJ will enter the slow roll. Get your cameras ready for some great angles and make sure to tag the RAF Tutor display on social media so we can see your shots. Throughout the slow roll, DJ will skillfully coordinate elevator, rudder and aileron inputs in order to keep the lift vector pointing upwards. This prevents him from descending towards the ground. The DJ will now bring the Tutor around for his departing wave, and this is another great photo opportunity. And make sure you return his wave as he flies through. He can see you. And a big thank you to Bournemouth for hosting us today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the 2023 Royal Air Force Tutor Display.
Well, thank you very much indeed. That's Flying Officer Lewis Osborne there, and really treating us through that. Again, a very interesting display of, oh geez, and DJ is still doing some good, really great wing waggling fly past for all of you. I hope you're enjoying all that down the beach there. Maybe we're thinking about getting some Mexican waves in a little later in the day. Well, we've got a few minutes to run, not too long, I hasten to add, before the next act coming your way. One of the most popular on the British UK air display circuit. And in fact, the rest of the day filled with really, fascinating, interesting, different aircraft some of you won't have seen before, and some solo artists coming up after the Chinook. We've got a Yak 50. It's a while since we've seen Yaks, and of course they were a big team for many, many years, but since disbanded. But in the hands of Paul Farmer, an ex-Chinook air display pilot from about 10 years ago. Interesting enough that he should be following the Chinook in this particular case. But you wait until you see Richard Goodwin's modification to the Pit Special that he's now flying. You'll remember the little red and white one. That was Gee Whiz. Well, in J Pitt is just altogether something completely different. Now, I hear in the background on my radio the sound of a Chinook warming up, which is great. It's on its way out to sea. So, boys and girls, keep your eyes peeled for that one. Give us a shout when you see it. It'll be coming in very shortly. And obviously, we'll be handing over to their specialist commentator from the squadron at Royal Air Force Odeon as well. This particular section of the afternoon ends with the red arrows, of course. That's at 5 o'clock. A particular shout out there, please maintain where we are. The swimming line that we've been talking about, no movement beyond the yellow buoys, and we will of course keep you noted. I'm pretty sure we're ready to go. Just waiting for the final thumbs up. Was that a thumbs up from? We have that indeed. So fantastic, boys and girls. To tell you all about this, please welcome Flight Sergeant Ben Greet, and over to the boys from Royal Air Force Odeon.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. I am Flight Sergeant Ben Greet from Royal Air Force Odeon. It's my absolute pleasure to commentate for you at the Bournemouth Air Festival. If you look out to your front, you'll see the unique silhouette of the Chinook coming towards you. This year's Chinook is a Chinook Mark 6 Alpha, and this particular one has over 12,000 hours of deployed experience, making it one of the most deployed aircraft on our fleet. The aircraft is coming towards us at around about 100 to 200 foot. The low-level environment is one that Chinook crews are very used to flying in. And we fly around in the UK at low level to prepare us for operations where flying low level is essential for safety. You can start to hear the aircraft now as it enters the maritime exclusion zone. When the aircraft enters the display line, it will pitch up, and this will create a really great photo opportunity for you. Bournemouth, please get your cameras ready, and it's my absolute pleasure to introduce the Royal Air Force 2023 Chinook display team. The aircraft performs a pedal turn before going off to crowd left. And this is a great opportunity for us to introduce this year's display captain. Some say that his flying suit has shrunk since the beginning of the season. All we know is his name is Flight Lieutenant Jim Hobkirk. Jim comes from a large pedigree of helicopter pilots, his dad also serving in the Royal Air Force. Jim has plenty of experience, having flown the Augusta Westland 109, the Gazelle, the Wessex, and of course the Chinook. A qualified helicopter instructor, Jim has over 3,000 hours experience on type. The aircraft comes from a crowd left now to perform the roller coaster. This is a series of nose up followed by nose down maneuvers. Jim will bring the aircraft up to 55 degrees nose up before pushing the cyclic forward, 55 degrees nose down, before entering the second of the noseovers. Using the energy from the first and 9,000 horsepower, he will bring up to the second of the apex before nosing down. Jim's flying the aircraft visually, and without the benefit of a head-up display, he relies on the left-hand seat to read out the numbers to ensure that he stays within limits. Helping Jim today in the left-hand seat is Flight Lieutenant Ian Coops Cooper. Coop joined the Air Force in 2007, initially as a weapons systems officer on the Nimrod. Coops then decided he'd like to fly and then rebranched as a pilot, completing pilot training in 2017 and joined 18 Squadron. Being on an active operational squadron, Coops has deployed on many operations including Shader and supporting our French colleagues in Yukon in Africa. Let's join Coops in the cockpit now as he talks Jim through the patter.
Good, Good. Good height. Speed's coming through 100 knots. Good height. Good speed.
Now's a great opportunity to say hello to Coops' mum and dad, Maureen and Dave, who are in the crowd today. Jim brings the aircraft up for the second of the pedal turns. This is a great opportunity to see the unique silhouette of the Chinook. Without a tail rotor, all of the lift goes through the two rotors on the top. The aircraft will now fly from crowd left to crowd right, conducting a series of wing waggles. The aircraft has been deployed on continuous operations since its first deployment in 1982 to the Falkland Islands. It proved its worth there and has since done so on many operations, showing its versatility in many types of operations including humanitarian aid and also troop carrying. Closer to home, the aircraft conducts national standby, and this was shown in recent shouts to Whaley Bridge, where it showed its awesome undersung load carrying capability. The aircraft recently finished deployments to Africa and Newcombe, supporting France, and also is now deployed on Shader. It's probably best known for its role as a flying hospital in Afghanistan, and one of the manoeuvres he's doing now, the nose down quick stop, was used to good effect in that conflict. Bournemouth, if you look off to the back of the aircraft, the ramp has come down, and with the two big orange hands, we have Sergeant Josh Longboy Tomlins. Please give him a big wave, as he has the best seat in the house and can see you wave back. Longboy joined the Air Force, having been a first responder and as our tame Essex boy. He initially joined as an air traffic controller before re-engaging as a crewman. Whilst you see the aircraft flying in front of you with the crew, there are plenty of people helping in the background to ensure this aircraft flies. At Bournemouth Airport today, we have a team of engineers led by Flight Lieutenant Keith Greer, ensuring that the aircraft is serviceable for flight. Back at RAF Omian, we have a team of people, such as air traffickers, ops staff, and admin staff, that help ensure that the aircraft keeps flying. Very shortly, Longboy will bring the ramp up. The aircraft will now enter a climb. This is called the Gorny Loop, named after Gorny Vakuf in Bosnia. This climb is used to use both rotors to their advantage, spinning the aircraft round to clear the high-sided valley sides. It also ensured a great spectacle and brought morale to the troops on the ground. As he reaches the top of the climb, Jim will now descend and a sweeping 270-degree turn. The culmination of this turn will end up in a run and break, hopefully bringing some blade slap to Bournemouth. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your camera ready as the aircraft exposes the underside for a great photo and hopefully get some blade slap. The aircraft will now conduct a repositioning turn before going from crowd right to crowd left. This year's team is from 18 Squadron at RAF Odium. There are 3 squadrons based at RAF Odium, 18, 27 and 7. The team is unique in that it fits its display schedule around a busy operational schedule. Jim will now conduct a quick stop at Crowd Centre, bringing the aircraft from around 120 to 130 knots to a stop using both the rotors. Brings the nose up, maintaining his height, and slows the aircraft right down. The aircraft will turn to face you before performing an over-shoulder departure to the crowd rear. Ladies and gentlemen, with a flash of the landing lights and long boys, long arms waving, please put your hands together for the 2023 Chinook display team.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Flight Sergeant Ben Greet there, and ever popular as it was. An amazing beast of an airframe that, and as he mentioned, doing operational service pretty much every day of the year. A go-to airframe and a must-have airframe in so many different circumstances, not just military operations, of course, but so many civil rescue and assistance missions as well. Not completing today's Royal Air Force commitment to this show just yet. Of course, we've got the Royal Air Force Red Arrows coming up at 5 o'clock this afternoon. But if you're interested in all the different careers, and of course Ben himself not on the aircrew side, but doing a lot of other work in support of the many squadrons flying there, and a whole range of different careers available in the military. Just nip to any of the different villages and have a chat to the troops there, either at the Army or the Royal Navy and Royal Marines village down on the beach, downstairs deck as far as we're concerned, on the upstairs deck on the East Overcliff up near the Cumberland Hotel and going towards the Boscombe area. Massive, great Royal Air Force village there, lots of things to play with. And a little further on from them, the STEM village, which is just a hive of activity, particularly for the youngsters in there as well. All sorts of little things on demonstration there, including how to build a nuclear reactor. That's pretty interesting stuff.
That's true, and the current champion for the whole weekend for how to build a Red Arrows engine is Charlotte at 9.24 seconds. She's doing very well, so I think that's a record that needs beating this weekend. Get yourself up to the STEM, Marquise.
I'm guessing that's probably in Lego.
I think it is, but it's certainly a record. Well done, Charlotte.
I think it takes a bit longer to make one otherwise. Well, we've just got a few minutes to go now, so just to recap, the Yak coming up shortly after them. The nod to Rolls-Royce, particularly in their heritage, with the Merlin formation, a Mark 19 Spitfire, top of the range job there, and a P-51 Mustang. After that, the Navy Wings contribution with the Taranto formation, a Wasp and a Swordfish, followed by the Starlings, a really dynamic pair of not just pilots but aircraft as well, with an extra 300 NG and a CAP 232 in the hands of Michael Picking and Tom Cassells. You may recall those names from the Global Stars teams that we've seen, not just here and around the UK, but really doing a huge amount of globe trotting. And then we really do finish off this section, or phase 3 of the afternoon, with Rich Goodwin in his pits, going right in then into the Red Arrows. Lots to do this evening, of course. Just to mention before we move on that we have to thank very much Thales for supporting the Chinook helicopter. And our grateful thanks to not just to Thales, but of course to all the other companies that are supporting this great endeavour here. It's not an easy thing to put on, costs a huge amount of money, phenomenal effort, but easily one of the best events management teams in the country, putting on one of the greatest air festivals that we see. It's just fabulous to see so many of you here. Don't forget to pick up a programme, just £6.50. Lots of good stuff in that, Andy.
There is lots of good stuff in there, and you'll see the map in there which tells you where the kids zone is down on the beach. So if you've just arrived and you're making your way down onto the gorgeous Bournemouth sands here, go down to the Allianz kids zone right there with our seafront rangers and the RNLI lifeguard towers in between there. So you'll be able to get a free wristband for your children to wear, keeping them nice and safe while they're on the beach and in Bournemouth for the rest of today and tomorrow, hopefully. And what we really want to see as well is you taking pictures of what your children are wearing today. So get those photos coming through. Loads of great fun, family action on the sands. You'll find us on Facebook, of course, at Bournemouth Air Festival, and on Instagram at Bournemouth Air Fest. So let's see the photos of you and your families having a great time.
Yeah, with your proper parental consent, of course. Just making a little nod to that. And don't forget, you know, for the children in particular, just another quick word about the strength of this sunshine. Still very strong, very warm. That cool wind, absolutely delightful, actually. Perfect conditions. But of course, at the same time, you may not notice the sunburn that some people will no doubt be getting, so do bear that in mind. Well, we've got the nod from the flight managers upstairs. We use really good communications here. Normally we listen to radios and we have digital comms, you know, social media. No, but there's nothing better than a stamp on the floor to alert our attention that an aircraft is coming in. So tell me a little bit what we can expect next then, Andy.
Well, what we have coming in for you now is the Yak 50. It's an aerobatic aircraft designed and built by the Yakovlevs Design Bureau, first flown in 1973. Although the aircraft has been used as a military trainer by several countries, it was in fact designed purely to win aerobatic competitions worldwide, which of course it has done. The aircraft itself capable of pulling 9G with a climb rate of 5,000 feet per minute, powered by a 450 horsepower radial engine. As you would imagine, the Yak 50 was the workhorse of the aerobatic team of the Soviet Union from 1975. It took place in both men and women competitions at the 1976 World Aerobatic Championships in Kyiv.
Well, that would be neat, wouldn't it, doing acrobatics at the same time?
You could do that as well.
Well, do you know, I've seen a guy, a search and rescue demonstration with a guy on the line doing acrobatic manoeuvres. I think it was the Belgian Air Sea Rescue Service. Beautiful curve in the sky here. Look, Paul doing a great job.
Now, the aircraft is a single-seat, all-metal, low-wing monoplane with retractable main wheels. The control surfaces are fabric-covered to save weight, and the aircraft isn't equipped with any flaps either. The stress on the airframe, though, meant that they were scrapped after about 50 flight hours due to the intense pressure on the airframe during the unlimited aerobatics.
You mentioned the engine yet? No, I'm just waiting to see how you pronounce it.
I did mention the engine and forgot to say the name.
I knew you would.
Go for it.
Vedeniev.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, it's a great beast of a machine, actually. Very similar to the Pratt & Whitney I used to fly. It's a 450 horsepower M14P, a radial engine. They're incredibly reliable, but my word, are they thirsty. This is quite an expensive aircraft to fly, actually.
As George said, being flown for you today here in Bournemouth by Paul Farmer, who also, during his 10 years, flew on the Chinook force, completing 7 tours of Afghanistan, providing some of the most challenging and rewarding work for him. Interestingly, for everyone here today, Paul, flying for you right now, describes his favourite air display as Bournemouth. Thank you, Paul.
I'm just going to let you into a little secret. His nickname is Piggy.
Tell me why later. He displayed the Chinook Mark II during the 2012 and 2013 display seasons before moving on to teaching, mentoring and supervising.
Yeah, you can see the competence there. Just came out, did a little half cube in it. With the smoke training on the edge of that, it was really good to see how precise he is placing his maneuvers. Very, very talented.
In addition to display flying and instruction, Paul is also a display authority evaluator and he works for the Civil Aviation Authority to ensure that pilots are prepared and safe to go through the rigours of display flying. And when not flying, his other passion is Russian Gopak, where he specialises in Banya, Kalanka, Tripak and Kozolchok.
Well, I'd love to try a bit of that, whatever it is.
It's nice with rice.
Marvellous. Cue a new street food idea, I think.
Although, obviously, huge numbers of these were built back in the day, they now are very extremely rare aircraft. Only about 100 survive to this day.
Of course, many of these aircraft used in the past based at Henstridge. Jez Hobson done a great job over the last 2.5 decades displaying a team of 6 of these aircraft. Great shame that he's decided to stop flying the team now. It was tremendously popular, not just here, but around the entire world, actually. But very strong, and you can see why they were built for this work. A really strong and rugged aircraft. Paul actually started off with the team in their last couple of years. You may well have already mentioned that, but it was great. He was also very disappointed and just decided to carry on doing a bit of solo work once they disbanded, which was during this last winter. Very sadly, it's gone whiz by, hasn't it? He's coming by for his last pass now, which, of course, you know the score, boys and girls, mums and dads. Give our pilots massive, great Bournemouth Air Festival wave off. Working really hard to entertain us all, and I think doing a splendid job as well. This is Paul Farmer in the Yak 50. of course, of Spitfire. The weaponry, this one unarmed, because this was to fly over enemy territory on its own, deep over, but at very high level, taking as the best resolution photography available in its day. And that's why this aircraft was delivered initially to the Central Photographic Reconnaissance Unit at RAF Benson in January 1945, before then moving in behind the Allied advance into Belgium and Holland. And you can hear the growl. It's a very distinctive sound compared to the Merlin engine. Much more robust, throaty sound indeed. It was initially on active service with 16 Squadron right up until operation and including Operation Crossbow, essentially to detect V1 and V2 Vengeance weapon launch sites. Remained on duty in Germany until March 1946, when it was then placed into storage before being pulled out in 1950 to be one of several Mark 19s selected for conversion to a meteorological research squadron. It was known as the thumb flights, the temperature and humidity of the upper air mass. And this aircraft performed the last ever Spitfire sortie in that role in June 1957, when alongside its sister aircraft returned into ceremonial duties and formed the rump of what is now the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, but named in those days in 1957 as the RAF Historic Aircraft Flight. So coming towards the end of his solo display now, Pember's just pulling up. No doubt putting in another roll, and yes, here it is. In fact, it's a wide arcing turn, not going all the way, and that's because he's repositioning for a final pass. He'll turn round and then he'll be replaced by Steg in the P-51. So we go, really massive high wing over. Lovely arcing turn. A little doubt that on this one, although he can't see you, well, he could, but he'll be going upside down. I'm sure he'll put in a roll as he departs off to the left-hand side. Very much acting as the ambassador for the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight, appearing at all sorts of displays. And here he is now, pulling up Graham Pemberton in the Mark 19 Spitfire. Keep your eyes open then. I'm guessing to the right-hand side. Steg will now show off the prowess and dominance of the amazing P-51 Mustang. So we're just listening to the chat sheet, just making sure there's no other input or obstructions. And here he comes from the right-hand side, Steg Williams. Now this altogether, a meaty, very effective, potent aircraft, the most successful long-range fighter escort of World War II. Had an interesting start, and you may be wondering why this is part of the Rolls-Royce Heritage stable. Well, that's all to do with the engine. The design was put together pretty rapidly to meet the need for more fighters during the Second World War. And initially they were installed with Allison engines. But I think you can guess that that's not an Allison in there. And that's because in 1942, when they were looking for a more robust and effective engine, particularly at higher altitudes, the aircraft was transformed by the fitting of a Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. And then through the course of development from 1943 to 44, and the upgrades to the P-51B and C models, they eventually settled on the ultimate design, the 1944 P-51D, which additionally, not just with the Merlin engine, had a bubble canopy, 6 guns, and ended up being one of the most iconic and potent fighters of the entire war. It's a big, meaty airframe, this, and it also had an incredible range of 2,000 miles thanks to a massive fuel capacity of 1,000 litres internally and up to 800 litres in the drop tanks under the wings as well. Speeds equally close to the Mark 19 Spitfire, as well as altitude as well. Was able to fly around about 430 miles an hour at 25,000 feet, but had a max diving speed of up to 500 miles an hour with a service ceiling close to the Mark 19 of 42,000 feet. This particular aircraft is actually a lease model, originally constructed on the well-known, well, it was a very famous production line at the time, the North American Aviation production line at Inglewood in California in mid-1944. Delivered to the United States Army Air Force in 1945, too late to see combat during World War II. Spent most of his time in training units before then going on in 1951 to the Royal Canadian Air Force. Served there with 403 City of Calgary Squadron right up until April 1959. So with an opportunity to display a Merlin alongside the Griffon engine of the Mark 19 Spitfire, Rolls-Royce thought this was an extra addition to its heritage flight collection. They view it as a perfect fit for that, with global appeal, celebrating a historic and ongoing relationship between Rolls-Royce and the United States Air Force as well. Mesmerizing stuff. It's certainly an aircraft that most pilots of my vintage would very much like to fly. I know Steg is just absolutely loving this. Flying in the colours of the legendary Colonel Donald Blakesley, the commanding officer of the 4th Fighter Group, known as the Debden Eagles. Meticulously restored and a very accurate representation of Blakesley's wartime mount. This aircraft known as Warhorse, a nod to the Mustang's namesake, and also Blakesley's radio call sign, Horseback Leader. And Steg there just giving you a little nod, having a look down. If you're down that bottom end near Boston there, do give them a wave. Really superb bit of flying. We're going to see the Spitfire back again this evening, I think in the perfect slot For me, there's no better time to fly a Spitfire than dusk, and it's a real treat to be able to see that. Both these aircraft, though, were based out of East Midlands Airport, conveniently close to the main Rolls-Royce site in Derby. So this is now the last pass coming up for the P-51. So from the right-hand side, if you're down near Bournemouth Pier, let's just get this wave going all the way along the beach, shall we? All these guys loving every bit of it, working hard, hours of training going into this. The Rolls-Royce Heritage flight. And now departing the P-51 Mustang. You can almost feel the power, can't you, in that, just pulling in through that wonderful, wonderful, wide, arcing roll. It's definitely the day to be enjoying your flying. So we're just listening into the radio there just to check that all is clear. Coming up next, well, let's have a quick update on the programme from Andy.
Yes, absolutely, George. We're looking forward now to the Fairey Swordfish and the Wasp coming in for you from Navy Wings. Two wonderful aircraft, a vintage aircraft, of course, Heritage, flying for you in formation first of all, and then individually as well. One's coming in from Bournemouth, so I think that's obviously very local. The other one coming in from Yeovilton, and it's great to see that navywings.org.uk is back up to full strength and able to get out on the display scene back in the UK.
Yeah, let me just give you a little reminder, a little flavour of flying in the Royal Navy. I often do this at the Bournemouth Air Festival. That, of course, is the call to flying stations, and very sadly, we don't have one of the carriers here. They're far too busy touring the world and representing British diplomacy and military might around different stations of activity. But we do, in case you wondered, have a couple of P2000s. They're the smaller version of the patrol boats. There certainly was one out there earlier on. Yes, I've got him now. And of course, we got so many boats. Fantastic to see so many. But this a unique formation. We only saw it for the first time the other day. And representing the Battle of Taranto. The Royal Navy, of course, steeped in military success. And these aircraft have been involved in so many operations through history. I mean, we could... well, there are many, many books about it, and we could wax lyrically, but it's a great opportunity just to enjoy the sight and sound, particularly the Swordfish. So few of these aircraft. The Navy Wings actually got 3 of them. This one, the only currently flying one, but one pretty close to being back into the air again. Keep your eyes peeled now out to the left-hand side. And you'll see flying pretty sedately and pretty slowly, because the max speed for the Swordfish is only 90 knots. And believe it or not, they went into combats like this as well. Quite astonishing. But that wonderful whine there is not an Army Scout helicopter. It is, of course, a Royal Navy Wasp. Yeah, how lovely is that? Great shame that the Royal Navy were not able to supply one of their frontline operational Wildcats, but nonetheless, I love heritage aviation. I hope you do as well. Great opportunity to see this. Quite a unique formation, flying with mixed performances, of course. Totally different genres, mixing rotary and fixed wing at the same time. They'll perform just 2 or 3 circuits together, and then they will break apart and each of them give individual demonstrations. Plainly obvious, the difference is there with the Wasp helicopter with the wheels on it, and the Swordfish with 2 other positions. We'll tell you a bit more about that. But just sit back and enjoy this great photographic opportunity. It's a day gone by, isn't it? Absolutely delightful flying. So this is pretty much the end of their final circuit. They keep turning around to the right, and just a cue for, I know certainly many of the photographers along the fly line here. We've seen them often at other major air shows. Great to have you joining us here, particularly on such beautiful weather. Always good to see the enthusiasts with us, but great to have so many families enjoying the day as well. You'll get your chance to hopefully chat to the Royal Naval section, but positioning now for the break.
Position break. Break, go.
So now an opportunity as they break apart, keeping our eyes on, in particular for the next few minutes, the Wasp.
Yes, George, as the Swordfish departs towards Studland. In from the east, ladies and gentlemen, here we have the Wasp XT420, painted as 606 of 829 Naval Air Squadron HQ flights. Displayed for you today by Steve Daniels. The Wasp HAS Mark I, built in 1964, and at various times served with the 706 Naval Air Squadron for training, and the ship flights of 829 Naval Air Squadron, HMS Nubian, HMS Hecate, HMS Aurora, and HMS Ajax. This particular Wasp has also served with HMS Hecla in the Falklands, with red crosses painted on, in the role of a casualty evacuation before she was disposed of by the Royal Navy in April 1994. Now, the Wasp was first introduced to service in 1964. It was a first-generation jet engine helicopter built for the Royal Navy, but based on an original Saunders Roe concept of a light utility helicopter for the British Army. That was a Scout. The Army Scout was configured as a light 5-seat helicopter with a skid undercarriage, whereas the Wasp has a quad-cycle undercarriage with full castering, lockable wheels, and can be towed outwards or inwards depending on the operational need. Being displayed for you today, of course, as I said, by Steve Daniels, who joined the Royal Navy at the Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth in 1976. He served as Naval Air Command Squadron operational helicopter pilot, both frontline and second line qualified helicopter instructor as well. And in 1981 he trained as a test pilot at the US Naval Test Pilot School in Maryland, subsequently completing 5 military test flying tours.
Famous test pilot school, that, Patuxent River. They produced some excellent test pilots in their time. This tricky manoeuvre to keep absolute balance, although the wind reasonably favourable for Steve at the moment.
The unique design of the Wasp, of course, it has folding elements, both the tail and main rotors, to enable stowage on board a ship, a deck securing system, a negative pitch to stick the Wasp to a heaving deck when landing in rough seas, as you can imagine, and a metal tail rotor as well. It also carries anti-submarine warfare avionics, warfare armament, auto-stabilization, and a radar altimeter for SIR operations, a winch and flotation devices. The Wasp was taken out of frontline service in the late 1980s with the introduction of the Westland Lynx, but of course when war broke out with Argentina in 1982 it was brought back into full operational service. 7 reserve frigates and their helicopters were recommissioned for active service in the South Atlantic. In fact, on the 25th of April in 1982, an Argentinian submarine, Santa Fe, was spotted by a Wessex Mark III helicopter from HMS Antrim. The Wessex then attacked it with depth charges. HMS Plymouth launched a Westland Wasp, and HMS Brilliant launched a Westland Lynx. Needless to say, the damage undertaken by the Santa Fe was bad enough to prevent her from submerging, and the crew abandoned the submarine at King Edward Point on South Georgia. Maximum speed of 120 miles an hour, powered by a Rolls-Royce Nimbus 103, 710 shaft horsepower, maximum flying altitude of 12,200 feet and a range of 263 nautical miles.
And you can see it's a real strong, robust airframe, this, out of Westlands, of course. Started design initially with Saunders Roe, just along the coast again at Southampton and the Isle of Wight, of course, back in the day. And in the Army, the Scout version of this helicopter, known to be referred to as soldier-proof. Such was its strength and utility.
When fully armed, the Wasp can carry 2 Mark 44 or 1 Mark 46 torpedo, or 2 Mark 44 depth charges, or indeed a 600-pound nuclear depth bomb.
Coming into the hover now, in just a second, Steve will give you a little nod to go into what we call a rearwards transition and then push the nose down. Good chance to look him in the eye. He's literally, well, he won't be looking at you, but to certainly be aware of where you are. Not coming up, you know what to do then, just give him a huge wave. There we go, and saluting everybody on the beach. Thank you very much, he says.
As you said, George, Steve, a very accomplished flyer, isn't he? He retired from service to the rank of Captain Royal Navy and then joined Kinetic at Boscombe Down in 2008, fulfilling numerous roles, including the Business Enterprise Leader and the Chief Instructor. He was also Kinetic's Director for Aviation before he retired for a second and, he says, final time in December 2020.
We shall see. We shall see. Had a bit of a spell down in charge for a while, flying Andrew Whitehead's helicopters, but now back where, perhaps in the family, so to speak, with the Navy Wings heritage flights being replaced now, coming on from the right-hand side, the venerable Swordfish. Its role was as a torpedo bomber, powered by a massive, great Pegasus 9-cylinder radial supercharged engine, pushing out 750 horsepower. Bit of a beast to start with a hand-cranked inertia starter. Maximum cruise, 100 knots if you can get there. Maximum speed, that's of course what we call VNE, and average speed in a dive, 200 knots. But it could fly for 4 hours, and it has a unique crew of 3. Yes, and you might see one of the others there, not all 3, but up front, flying it today, well-known pilot at Navy Wings, Glenn Allison, and in the seat behind him, Adam Watson. One of the many contributions made to aviation by the Fairey Company began as a project to replace the Greek Fairey 3F aircraft, originally designated the TSR-1, or the Torpedo Spotter Reconnaissance. Fitted with the Bristol Pegasus though, and redesignated the TSR-2. It first flew in 1934. Almost 90 years ago. Taken into Royal Navy service in 1936 as the Swordfish Mark I. But unsurprisingly, by the start of World War II, its technology, well, what it had, very little of that, had been replaced, of course, and was regarded pretty much as obsolete, but a large number were still in service and therefore, unsurprisingly, well utilized. Often referred to as a string bag because it was a bit like the shopping bags of the day. It could accommodate pretty much everything. But the big beast that makes the most damage, you can see underslung there, a 1,600-pound torpedo, or could be replaced with a variety of depth charges, bombs, mines, rockets, or flares. Despite the big powerful engine on the front, however, it couldn't really push it through the air at much more than 90 knots on average when lightly laden, but slowed it down with that bomb load and the torpedo back into around about 82, 85 knots. But like most engines of its type, the radial engine is incredibly reliable. Made famous by its involvement in the Battle of Taranto and various other really extraordinary missions, including the Channel Dash, earning the Royal Navy several VCs for their bravery. Of course, open cockpits, very, very difficult to fly and fight at the same time in the cold and the wet. No heater, incredibly chilly in the winter. But pleasant to fly, and you can see pretty maneuverable. And most of the pilots enjoyed flying it, despite it being very slow. The one advantage you see, and here is a classic example of slow flight, is that actually it was quite hard for the guns, the enemy guns, to actually track it, because of course they were used to tracking much faster aircraft. So like most Navy aircraft, the wings were designed to fold to take up the minimum room on board the ships. The undercarriage was not surprisingly very firm indeed, very robust to take the pounding that the undercarriage would take when landing on the heaving deck of a ship rolling out at sea. Fitted with an arrestor hook as well to shorten the landing, and also catch a wire to make sure it stayed there as well. If you want to take a greater interest in this, of course, I suggest you nip down to the excellent museum at Yeovilton, really first class, or to support the heritage flight, go to navywings.org.uk. You can find out all about more of them and the amazing stable of aircraft they actually have. I mean, the Royal Navy, of course, also broke away in the early stages of military aviation, running its own naval air service. 3 Swordfish, a Supermarine Seafire, a Westland Wasp, a North American Harvard, and also with her associates operating a Stinson Reliant and a Tiger Moth as well. But also in the hangar down there at Navy Wings, a Seahawk and a Sea Fury awaiting return to flying after restoration, and 2 Chipmunks, like most of the aircraft, historic flights being required for training. Heading off into the wild blue yonder now, Glenn and Adam take the mighty and venerable Swordfish back for a well-earned rest, and I suspect several pints of oil in that massive great engine. Radial's well known for the amount of oil that they burn. Anyway, a delightful, delightful display. So, quick recap then, Andy.
Absolutely, and by the way, George, a movie star.
Yes, I forgot to mention that.
Battle of the Bismarck,
yeah.
World War II movie. You've seen that, then you saw that Swordfish. Yeah, look, loads of things still taking place today. Remember, we have lots coming up for you. We have, of course, the Red House for you at 5 o'clock. Before that, Rich Goodwin Air Shows will be entertaining you with the J-Pit taking place right here in the bay over Bournemouth. Remember, though, on the East Cliff, open until 6 o'clock tonight, the RAF Village. You can see what its life is like for you in the RAF, find out what the service does, how it works, speak to pilots and engineers. You can also try out some real food rations up there and get your hands on some of their weapons. Down in Zone 2, next to the hospitality marquees on the beach, you have the Royal Navy Village. Of course, you can meet the Royal Marines and all the service personnel there. And again, get lots of great hands-on with some interactive equipment. And the artillery team are down as part of the Army Village, and you can put a blindfold on and see if you can take radio instruction to get round their maze. I saw a photo of that posted earlier on Instagram, and I don't know I'd be able to do it. But if you fancy giving that a go, get down to the Army Village next to the Royal Navy Village on the beach here in Bournemouth. You can also check out all the tanks that are down there. We have lots of Army vehicles, and you can get your hands on the Army equipment that the experts use in, day out, and they'll answer any of your questions.
Well, keep your eyes in the skies now, boys and girls, for another exciting formation pair. Well, they're going to be doing some formation work, some solo work as well. These two literally stars from the Global Stars team, Tom Cassells and Michael Pickin, forming a new team, however, known as the Starlings. Both of these guys British aerobatic champions, Michael being one of the very youngest, and they'll be performing their version of high-octane close formation aerobatics, including gyroscopic tumbling as well. They've got an aerobatic experience of over 50 years in air shows and competitions and flown all over the world as solo acts and as part of a formation. Just a reminder while we're waiting for them to run in, boys and girls, do keep your eyes open. Give them a wave when you see them, and that helps us out. All the spotting. The sun getting a bit low now, being a bit harder, certainly, to see aircraft coming in from the western side. Got the engines, smoke will come on shortly.
You're right, George. This is the time to strap yourselves in for a display that will showcase their skills and abilities of both the pilots and the aircraft. That's right, isn't it?
Yep, and here they are.
Here we go.
Hi, right in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Big Bournemouth Air Festival welcome for the Starlings.
As George said, displaying for you today then, two well-accomplished and award-winning pilots, Tom Cassells and Michael Pickin, each flying their own unique award-winning aircraft. The Extra 300 NG is the latest and one of the most modern, purpose-designed and built unlimited aerobatic aircraft in the world. Our other aircraft for you today, the CAP 232, designed in the late 1980s by Mudry Aircraft in France, of the CAP 230 family, a world-winning high-performance aerobatic aircraft used by pilots across the globe for competitions and displays.
Yeah, they're absolutely stunning aircraft. We're dropping it out, starting high, of course, and then working their way a bit lower to get a bit more in your face and just showing the prowess. Once again, you've learned a little bit about pairs formation flying, training, trust, expert and detailed attention to the cause. And that intermittent smoke, a trademark of Global Stars and of course of the work that they developed alongside Mark Jeffries in sky typing, a unique form of marketing.
Tom at the controls of the Extra EA 300, designed in 1987 by Walter Extra, former German aerobatic champion. The winning design has been tweaked and refined and improved over the last 40 years with sales across the globe, making it one of the most popular aircraft going.
Putting up now into a barrel roll. Literally, this is very, very important. It looks easy, but actually replicating the maneuvers and control inputs of the leader has to be very, very precise indeed, so that they literally look as if they're doing exactly the same, which effectively they are, of course. And they're doing it with great skill and aplomb. The aircraft tucked very closely together.
Tom gained his pilot's license in 1983 then. He's since flown some of the 40 types of aircraft, accumulating around 7,000 hours experience. And some of this was spent as a parachute drop pilot, operating his own BN2 Islander for 5 years, and also participating in accelerated freefall parachute drops. The late great Pete Clark introduced Tom to aerobatics in 1992, flying Pete's Slingsby Firefly, and he won his first contest at Brayton that same year.
Completing some very graceful maneuvers, going into a big wing over on the left-hand side now.
Success for Tom continued with the win of the Tiger Trophy for the standard level pilots, and at the end of 1994 he acquired his Zlin 50 LA, with which he won the 1995 UK Advanced Level Championship. Tom's regular aircraft since then has been a CAP 232, which he bought in 1998. He won the Icicle Trophy in the same year, and he was also placed third in the Nationals, has been the unlimited national champion 3 times in a row. Now, as we said, the CAP 232 was first flown in 1997, and like the Extra 300 has been developed to give better performance, aerodynamics and stability. It's been flown by the French Air Force aerobatics team and the Moroccan Air Force Marche Verte display team. But it's when the aircraft is flying solo that you get to see some of its true capability, showing exactly what that combination of a lightweight wooden fuselage, carbon fiber wings and a 300 horsepower engine can do.
Yes, pulling up now, G coming on, of course, the intermittent smoke, absolutely bang on it. Totally perfect intervals between the smoke there. Putting in that little twist there at the bottom, just going out now on your left-hand side. And I think this just delightful watching the curves and shapes, almost as if they are literally glued together.
CAP 232 displaying for you today, built in 1998, was the 9th aircraft to emerge from the factory. It's been owned by the Pickin family since 2009 when it arrived here in the UK. And as you can see today, it's been fitted with a smoke system, allowing that constant stream of white smoke, or burst of smoke if they want to, giving a different effect, saving on the amount of smoke oil that's used for each display.
And they're completing a marvellous stall turn, absolutely to perfection. Right up there until the numbers fall off the clock, and then putting in a big boot of rudder.
Michael Pickin, of course, started his flying at a very young age, being inspired by his father.
Oh, fantastic.
Very nice.
Putting in a double roll opposition brake.
You can see the skill there of both pilots, and Michael in particular, showing just why he went on to become the youngest person ever to be awarded a CAA display authorization for display flying at just 14 years old.
Yeah, it's quite extraordinary, and to perfection there. Yes, another really outstanding stall turn. Couple of rolls on the way down, just picking up a bit of energy, a bit of speed for an opposition pass. And just before they run about speed, just keeping enough there to pull out over the top, putting in a twist. Really, really precise aerobatic flying. Superb.
Michael just as excited about flying vintage aircraft as he is about displaying for you today in the CAP 232. Ever since getting his private pilot's license, he's been flying vintage aircraft. He's currently the youngest Spitfire pilot in the UK. He's flown in over 50 different aircraft types, ranging from gliders to airliners, and he's currently an active commercial pilot.
Okay, another special moment. I know you all love this. Get a hold of your partner, give your thoughts to whoever may be with you. This one, the Starlings hut. Stunning stuff. There's one for the Red Arrows to beat later on. Slightly elliptical as well. Okay, aircraft keeping eyes on each other. A little bit of fast rolling going on. Great roll rate.
Very nice. Now, he won't be needing it today, but Tom did have one modification made to that aircraft to his own specification a couple of years ago. He had a heater put in to keep him warm on winter flights. He won't be needing that today.
I thought you were going to say an ashtray or a sandwich box. Or maybe a thermos flask. Oh, look, just hanging on, hanging on. Here we go. Will we get a bit of gyroscopic? No, he's just going to let it flop, hammerhead down through his own smoke there. Takes a lot of training and orientation, of course, an awful lot of pressures on the body. They stick, rudders, power going all over the place doing these various maneuvers. Topping out in a Lomchabot maneuver, and then letting the aircraft tumble a bit before then regaining control in the dive, turning once again. That's all going a little bit knife edgy, and then using that energy to pull up into another round of washing machine activity. Oh, loving it. Delightful sky to be operating in today. Slipping, sliding it right at the same time. Lots of flick rolling. Takes a lot of getting used to, a lot of bracing, a lot of training and stressing of the body. Sort of thing you have to practice a couple of times a week just to stay absolutely on the top of your game. Sliding, jinxing right, pushing over the top. Oh, and a brilliant rollover tumble, now hanging on the propeller. You can see the smoke there before then letting the weight of the front end of the engine, take control of the aircraft, building up that speed and energy once again. Putting in lovely little curves in between these maneuvers. It's a real pleasure to see this, a consummate display of aerobatics. Pushing away there, the negative G coming in there, pushing blood into his head, but again curving the aircraft away. Fast rolling it. And clearing off to the left. Looking straight ahead now, again with the intermittent smoke. Both these aircraft, although different, in many ways, similar performance, really outstanding designs for precision handling, but also at high speed maneuvering at the same time. Getting roll rates up to around about 420 degrees a second. Fast aircraft as well, and at the same time, of course, putting equally big demands on the pilot as well to take them to their extremes.
We were talking G earlier, myself and George, you may have heard that. These aircraft are capable of pulling plus or minus 10 G.
Well, you wouldn't know much about it if you'd gone as far as minus 10 G, and you'd be lucky to be alert enough once you got past round about pulling positive 7 G. Even that's pretty extreme for most people, but yeah, it just shows what amazingly strong aircraft we're watching here. Not for the faint-hearted though, and literally years and years of not just flying but also aerobatic training in both hands of Tom and Michael. Once again, hanging on the residual power left in the prop. Knife edge, spinning it down, recovering very easily. Great lead into the next act in many ways as well. Oh, and a lovely slide. Look at that. That's
Very
brilliant
nice.
maneuver. It's very popular with Steve Jones and Paul Bunham back in the day when they were with Red Bull. I just love that maneuver.
Now, they've been together, George, since 2021. New on the scene, the Starlings.
As a pair, absolutely. Yeah.
Good to see them displaying in Bournemouth, a championship winning team.
Reformating now over on the left-hand side, tucking back in closer together. Coming along in a mirror formation. And just look how neatly tucked together they are. One hanging the straps, the other having a very pleasant afternoon just following the leader. And that's them complete. Sadly, didn't get a good opportunity for another flyby there, but I think you'll all agree pretty punchy aerobatics. But I just love the precision of that pair. Really, really outstanding formation aerobatics. Leading into what is actually altogether an extension of that in a slightly different way. Quite bonkers flying, in actual fact. You probably heard another aircraft just checking in. Golf Juliet Papa India Tango.
Did you say amazing or did you say crazy?
Okay, crazy would be a better word, because
here we go.
Is Richard Goodwin coming in from the right-hand side there, and his trademark knife edge arrival. And you may well be asking, what is that extraordinary noise? Well, that is the noise of two very small little jet turbine engines, and they're fixed just in front of the pilot seat, just a little bit behind the engine on the forward fuselage position. And despite having a stonking great engine on the front, that wasn't enough to satisfy Richard Goodwin. With 300 horsepower, he decided to add another 350 horsepower on each side, giving him the most stunning amount of power in a very, very small aircraft. Yes, you'll remember this guy and his little Gee Whiz, often referred to as the muscle biplane. You're going to see hammerheads, pinwheel rolls, tumbles, extraordinary dives, and you will also be watching this aircraft pretty much hover as well. Tiny little aircraft made famous by Curtis Pitts back in the mid to late 40s. Designed specifically as a competition aerobatic flyer. You can see it's lasted all that time and is still right up there in the forefront. Richard hanging in his straps now as he makes that flat turn, using a bit of rudder, pushing it slightly against himself. The blood soaking into his head. And he's just pushing the aircraft around. And the Pitts, notable for dominating world aerobatic competitions right through especially the 60s and 70s, with some very, very famous pilots and teams here in the United Kingdom. The aircraft being designed and refurbished and refined continuously throughout the years to end up this probably the most extraordinary of all the Pitts family of aircraft. It's been built from scratch over a period of 4 years by this incredibly dedicated and passionate engineer as well as pilot. It incorporates a whole range of different modifications on the earlier aircraft that he used to fly. Got a unique wing design with massive ailerons and more wing area, giving it a phenomenal roll rate and better low-speed handling as well. Variation of what is and still is to a certain extent a Pitts Special S2S, but now providing more aerial spectacular entertainment. Looking like a Pitts, indeed it is a Pitts, but not an any form of aircraft you can buy off the shelf. The heart of it being that big 6-cylinder 8.5 litre Lycoming 540 engine, equipped with all the necessary extras and a massive smoke system. But the original gear was removed, the landing gear that is, the engine mount modified, titanium sprung gear leads added, a new shaped carbon cowling, reducing weight and the profile drag as well, and the modified rudder, giving it good looks, and at the same time just adding more powerful yaw control as well. With these new wings, an amazing roll rate as well. So it means it can hover like a Harrier, perform those double hammerheads, an amazing tower of power that he used to do. But complete torque rolls, backwards flight, high alpha knife edge pass you've already seen. And the addition of those two little 350 horsepower little jet engines just doing the amazing thing and giving it the most remarkable sound as well. Quite extraordinary sound. Just hear the roar of that. It's almost like an early jet engine taking to the air. It's quite phenomenal. It's pushing it high, high, high in the sky, hovering away. Astonishing stuff. It's an incredible sight, isn't it? Marvellous. It's just clearly got a bit of forward speed on there. But he is working hard on getting a perfect hover without gyroscopic effects by tinkering with the angle of the little jet engines he's put on. They're already cantered off left and right to avoid the hot blast going over the tailplane. This will, you'll see the gyroscopic effect setting in, but if you can angle those off, then you can almost put in counter torque activity. And it'd be very interesting. It would take a lot of tinkering to do that, but it's just the most phenomenal thing to observe. Himself, an ex-Royal Air Force Tornado pilot, with aviation deep in his DNA. His father was a well-known Royal Air Force Hunter display pilot as well. Richard moved on from tornado flying in the Air Force to commercial flying, but pretty much out of that now and spending most of his time just exploring the boundaries of pit special flying. And I think you can see that eloquently done here today. Captivating work indeed. Totally unique here in Britain at the moment. The first jet-powered pits special biplane ever. Amazed somebody in the States didn't do this a few years ago, actually, but he's been working very closely, I know, with his chums across the pond. But I think setting the standard for pits flying and taking it to new boundaries. Obviously producing greater thrust than the weight of the aircraft, and that's how he manages to be to constantly perform maneuvers just as this one right in front of you now, where the airspeed completely bleeds away, residual power there, jets full blast, the gyroscopic effects taking effect, and he using that to tumble down in, build up a bit more energy and speed to go back into the next set of maneuvers. Again, not something you could practice at home. It takes years of effort, commitment, passion, and an awful lot of physical training as well. You can imagine the forces not just on the aircraft, but on the body during this sort of flying. Very, very physical indeed. And when you're doing it as quickly as he is doing it, you've got to have your wits about you. Controls going all over the place inside the aircraft. Now he's just taking it literally a few seconds out just to monitor the engine T's and P's, reset his own head, which has been spinning around on top speed spin, before then repositioning, using that curving descent there. Again, even though he's got an excess of power on this aircraft now, it's still very convenient to use that altitude to convert back into energy and speed. Tipping over to have a look at you, into his knife edge, give him a wave, this Richard Goodwin. Not quite done yet. It's just stunning, that roar of a jet. It just seems so unlikely, sliding her off to the left-hand side there. And then once again, just letting it hang. It's almost as if he could just stay there all day. It's really, really unnatural, isn't it? Just like a hoverfly. Fantastic stuff. Once again, letting it dip, letting it tumble out of that gyroscopic maneuver. And he's called it a day at the end of that maneuver, and I think going back into Bournemouth from that end without completing a flyby. But parcels and regards. I see him most evenings. We're all great chums with Richard. He's just such an intense and passionate individual. Quite fantastic. And supported by one of our many sponsors, I believe.
Yes, indeed, supported by the guys at the Oceana Group, and of course the Cumberland Hotel being part of that. Always very keen and happy to support everything they can at the Bournemouth Air Festival. Good to have them back on board in 2023, supporting Rich Goodwin there and the J Pitts Muscle biplane. So what else do we have going on for you? Well, of course, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, we will be joined by Red 10 for the Red Arrows arriving in Bournemouth. Bang on 5 o'clock. And remember, of course, to get your cameras ready for that. They will be appearing over the East Cliff, straight into the bay here in Bournemouth. Remember, of course, you can get full traffic and travel information on Hot Radio 102.8. That's your Air Festival radio station, Hot Radio on 102.8 for when you're heading home later. Or why not stay around? Because we have an entire evening of entertainment and more action lined up for you, starting at 7:30 in the skies, of course, with a return for the Spitfire. The Typhoon FGR4 will be back. And we also have the Firebirds with an LED and pyrotechnic display not to be missed. All being rounded off by Brendan O'Brien and his flying circus. And Otto in the sky from 8 o'clock. And, of course, remember tonight as well, we have the fireworks at 10. Loads taking place down in the lower gardens. You can enjoy the movie Grease. That is starting at 7:45. And indeed, lots of street food around the site as well. Loads and loads for you to do between now and night air later.
Yep, so we're just resetting the scene. Safety checks underway. We've got Red 10 with us. I hope you're getting excited, boys and girls. Just a few minutes to go. Well, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, please give a massive Bournemouth Air Festival welcome to Red 10.
Afternoon, Bournemouth. I am Squad Leader Graham Muscat, and I'm Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. That's right, it's the Red Arrows. It's great to be here in Bournemouth. What a wonderful day, great weather, and it's fantastic to see so many people on the streets and on the seashore and beach today to watch our display. As I said, I'm Red 10, team supervisor. My job is to ensure that we are adhering to all the rules and regulations. I'll make sure the display is safe, but I'll also give you some information about the wider Royal Air Force, about the team themselves, and I'll also guide your eyes into the correct piece of sky during the display so that you do not miss a second of the action. As I said, great to be here at Bournemouth. We've got a very busy season this year. We've got over 60 displays, over 15 official flight paths, and we're probably in the last quarter of our display season. Only really got September up to the first week of October left, and then we'll take our well-earned break before we start training once again in about mid to the end of October for next year's display. One of the roles of the Red Arrows, of course, is to represent the Royal Air Force, because one of the questions I get asked quite a lot is, when you leave the Red Arrows, will you rejoin the Royal Air Force? Well, of course, we're all still members of the Royal Air Force, and the Red Arrows is just like any other frontline squadron. However, as I said, one of our jobs is to represent our sister or our mother service, which is the Royal Air Force, which as a service is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And we do that through various means. One of those means is the quick reaction aircraft, the Typhoon, and you saw it displaying earlier, a phenomenal piece of aircraft flown by Flight Lieutenant Brighty. That is on duty in the UK, both at Coningsby in Lincolnshire and Morayshire, RAF Lossiemouth, as well as various stations across Europe, working alongside our Allied and NATO partners, safeguarding the skies and ensuring that we are all keeping safe at home. But it's not just about the fast jets. In addition, we have our humanitarian effort. They're the transport aircraft, the C-17s, the A400M, and our heavy-lift Chinook aircraft, which you also saw earlier displaying with their famous hashtag blade slap. And it's those aircraft that you see often in action all across the world, aiding in the humanitarian aid, helping those less fortunate than ourselves. And we do that with our strongest asset and our most valuable asset, which is our personnel. The whole workforce, whether that be regular, reserve, civil servants or civil contractors, we all pull together to make sure that the Red Arrows and the Royal Air Force machine continues and works as well as it can. The team are airborne out of Bournemouth. They'll get themselves into their pre-show checks. They'll get themselves into wall formation, ensure that the smoke pods are primed for their arrival. They will arrive in a wall formation which is approximately 200 to 300 feet across from left wingtip to wingtip. But when they arrive, make sure you give a massive round of applause, a massive cheer, and they will, of course, transmit that to the team on their arrival. And that will get themselves all pumped up and ready to put a fantastic display on for you. The weather's looking good, so I would expect Red 1 to pull a full show as the 2023 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows, arrive in their wall formation, smoking the red, white and blue. And their pull-up are over 400 miles per hour and 4G as they collapse into 8 arrow shape. All 8 aircraft now reach a height of over 5,500 feet. As Red 1 continues to bring them back down towards the display line and twisting to the left. You heard the voice there of Red 1 bringing the team around to the left. Red 1 is squadron leader Tom Bold. He's in his 3rd and final year on the team. He was also in the team between 2015 and 17, where he was synchro leader in 2017. He's also flown the Typhoon on operations He's also a former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark 2 and Tucano, where he was the Tucano display pilot in 2010. As they keep coming around to the left, get your cameras ready as the smoke comes on for the 8 Arrow present. As they roll out, keep your eyes on the team for a dynamic shape change. As Red 7 and 8 perform a rollback, and they change the shape from 8 Arrow into Vixen. As Red 1 brings the turret team around to the right, you can see us in Vixen formation. Of course, if we had 9 aircraft, number 9 would be at the back, and we'd be in our trademark Diamond 9. However, for 2023, we are only an 8 ship, and that's simply because we can only safely train 3 new pilots each year, and the maths simply didn't work out to go back to a 9. However, 2024 is our own 60th anniversary, our own Diamond Jubilee, and our plan is to take it back to our 9 ship and be in our trademark Diamond 9 as Red Bronze brings them up for the Vixen roll. As the team roll to the left on the right-hand side of Red 1, closest in is Red 2. That's Flight Lieutenant Rich Walker. Rich is a highly accomplished pilot and very experienced. He's in his first year on the team. He has flown both the Harrier and the Typhoon on the front line, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark II. 8 pilots in the display. However, there are 10 pilots on the team. The 8 you see before you. Myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot and qualified flying instructor on the Hawk Team Mark II. And we are commanded by Wing Commander Adam Collins. Red 11, he was my predecessor as Red 10. He's also a former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he's also flown the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. Reds 4 and 5, now the smoke comes on as they make their ways rearwards, all the way back to the rear of the formation, as they form the first of our space-themed shapes. And you can see Red 4 and 5 all the way back, which is extremely difficult to them to keep an eye on Red 1 as we take all our formation references from Red 1, and being that far back, it's extremely difficult to them to see Red 1. As the smoke comes on and Red 1 pulls them up for the Apollo loop. The team once again pulling up at over 400 miles per hour, 4 to 5G, and they'll reach a height once again of over 5,500 to 6,000 feet at the top of that loop. The aircraft now slowing down to only 110, 120 miles an hour, which means the controls are a lot less effective, meaning the station keeping is even harder. Conversely now, going through 200, 300, back to 400 miles per hour, where the controls now are a lot more effective, and the skills of the pilots are in demand once again, as they come around to the left for the Apollo present. On the left of Red 1 is Red 3, that's Flight Lieutenant Tom Hansford. Once again, he's in his first year on the team. He has flown the Typhoon on operations. He is a former qualified weapons instructor, which means he would teach all weapon technical information and frontline tactics to the entire Typhoon force. The smoke comes on from Reds 2 and 3, and they make their way rearward to the back of the formation. You can see now Reds 4 and 5 have made even further more distance away from Red 1. Again, once again, making their job even more difficult, maintaining that formation reference based on Red 1. We've now moved into Eagle, the second of our space-themed shapes. First, we had the Apollo space missions, and now we have the Eagle landing craft from those lunar missions in the 60s. As the smoke comes on for the Eagle present.
Right now.
As I said, the second of our space-themed shapes, in honour that the Royal Air Force acknowledged that space plays an important part in all future military operations. And as such, in 2021, UK Space Command was formed, and in 2022, it reached its initial operating capability. You can see now Reds 4 and 5, smoke comes on. They move forward with Reds 7 and 8 in trail. As the 80th anniversary of Op Chastise was celebrated this year, and that is the mission in World War II to take out the dams in the Ruhr Valley in Germany, which of course was carried out by 617, the Dam Buster Squadron, that world-famous squadron that you saw flying earlier with the Lancaster. However, 617 still fly today in today's Royal Air Force, but now we fly the F-35, the latest 5th generation. Bournemouth, get your cameras ready as the team pull up for the lightning roll.
Easing up, second, stop, and roll.
As the team roll to left on the far right-hand side, uppermost as we look at it, is Red 4. That's Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie is also in his first year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot and former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. He was Red 3 last year, so he's in his second year on the team. He flew the Tornado GR4 with 9 Squadron, and he's also flown the Typhoon with both 11 and 12 Squadrons at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. All the pilots on the Red Arrows must have over 1,500 fast jet hours before they can apply to join the team and be assessed as above average. They go through a rigorous selection process, including a flying test, mock media interview, formal interview, as well as peer review. And those pilots get whittled down to the final three who become the new pilots at the end of this season for next. You now have Red 7 on the left, Red 8 on the right, with all the odd numbers on the left-hand side or the even numbers on the right-hand side as Red 1 reverses them round to the left for Signet.
Holding the bank, now place the...
You heard in those radio transmissions the commands of Red 1 as he gives those commands to roll out to the rest of the team. And you can almost be forgiven for his robotic and monotone delivery. And that's because we fly our formation by ear as well as by eye. And it means that the guys on the outside of the formation are putting that input just a little bit earlier than those on the inside to ensure that the whole formation moves as one, rather than a ripple effect down the wing. You now can see the front section forming up into a small delta shape with Red 7 and 8 in trail for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre of the 2023 display. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bournemouth, get your cameras ready as the Red Arrows ride the storm in Tornado! Red 7 and 8 roll go. The aboard call is made from Red 8 as Red 7 and 8 roll around the rest of the formation. But of course, Red 1 doesn't want to make it too easy for the rest of the team, so keep your eye on the team for the colour change.
It's a bit right now.
As the red and the blue come on, Red 1 bends the formation around to the right, making the job for Red 7 and 8 even more difficult with that roll rate and rhythm as they roll around the smoke in the Tornado. In the front section of aircraft, you can see a small door at the back of the aircraft which is out. That is the air brake underneath. That air brake means that those pilots are flying with a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature. And this makes the smoke burn a lot more brightly. It also disturbs a lot of the air out of the back of the aircraft, and it means that the smoke billows a lot more fuller, and thereby we use it in certain manoeuvres in the display to enhance those manoeuvres. As we come to the end of the first half, so far you've seen formation flying involving all 8 aircraft, and in the second half we now see the more high, fast-paced, heart-pumping, jaw-dropping manoeuvres flown by 2 distinct sections. We have 1 through 5. They are now known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's series books. And we have Red 6, 7 and 8. They are now known as Hannah, named after squadron leader Ray Hanna, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, attributed of taking the team from a 7 to a 9, and also attributed with taking and forming our trademark Diamond 9 formation. However, Bournemouth, look directly to your front, look at the nose lights in the distance, the smoke comes on for the start of the second half. This is Detonator! Enid breaking first, followed by Hannah. We now have red 6 off to the left, red 7 off to the right, and red 8 up over the top. You may have heard a tone in that radio transmission. That is actually red 6 talking to 7 and 8, giving them the command to break. And this allows him to talk to red 7 and 8 without speaking over the top of the voice commands of red 1. Red 7 off to the right, red 6 off to the left are the synchro pair, led by red 6, the synchro leader off to the left, is squadron leader James Turner, known as JT. He's in his 4th and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot and instructor on the Typhoon, as well as a former qualified flying shooter on the Hawk T-Mark 1. Those aircraft passing within only 100 feet of each other before they perform a 4-point hesitation roll. Turn is the call from red 6 as they both turn away from the display line, pulling hard, pulling high amounts of G back towards the center of the display line in a maneuver called Cyclone. Look to your right-hand side and you have red 8 coming in, smoking blue at over 450 miles per hour and only 100 feet. Look in the distance and you should be able to see Enid formation as they put themselves into an inverted V shape. As red 8 lines himself up to perform the Goose. Red 1 gathers the rest of Enid. The red and the blue come on. He bends them around to the left. And underneath the aircraft, you may be able to see a small smoke pod. That smoke pod is capable of producing 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of blue smoke, and 1 minute of red smoke. And each of those smoke colours are selected by its own individual button on the pilot's control column. And during winter training, the smoke plan is carefully choreographed between red 1 and red 6 to ensure that we do not have any lapses of smoke in the display and we have the right colour at the right time and that we do not run out. Look directly to your front now, the synchro pair running in once again. Red 6 leading red 7 in trail. Bournemouth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras on. You do not want to miss this. It's the world famous Synchro Heart. And Red 6 would like to dedicate today's heart to Suzanne Race, who's the wife of one of our ex-engineering officers, and also Sarah Lyle, who's actually his mother-in-law. And you can see Red 8 also spearing the heart, so please give Hannah Formation a massive round of applause for the wonderful heart in the skies over Bournemouth. Keep your eye on the synchro pair as they once again come down to 100 feet. They've got a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They perform a series of opposition barrel rolls, rolling towards each other in a maneuver called the double roll. Look to your far right-hand side in the distance now. And once you got Enid formation pulling up, this time joined by Red 8 in trail on Red 1. The red and the blue is on as they perform a snake-like barrel roll in the sky in a maneuver called the Python. As I said earlier, there are 10 pilots on the team. However, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have over 150 personnel on the squadron. Over 140 of them are the support personnel. They are the engineers, the public relations, the DI team. And they are called the Blues. So called because of the colour of their flying coveralls. Inside the Blues, there are 10 individuals who are known as Circus. And they are the individuals who fly in back of our aircraft, in between displays when we cannot take the full engineering complement. One individual with me at every display is Circus 10, that's Corporal Phil Dye. He's on the beach filming the display for debriefing and safety purposes. In addition, Circus 7 would also like to dedicate today's display to his wife Danielle and his boys Oliver and Charlie, who are at the show. However, keep your eyes once again for the synchro pair coming in. This time you've got Red 7 from the left, Red 6 from the right, smoking red and blue respectively. Once again, at only 100 feet, they'll look to pass each other with only 100 feet from wingtip to wingtip in the centre of the display. Each aircraft performs a 360-degree aileron roll. Pull, go is the call from Red 6, as each aircraft now pull hard, trying to mirror each other as they go up. Pulling up to 6G, which means everything about them now is weighing 6 times heavier than what you and I are as we stand on the seashore. They reach a height of over 2,500 feet. They're 60 degrees inverted on the way down as they complete the maneuver called the Boomerang. As the synchro pair leaves the rear, look far in the distance on your left-hand side, and Enid are running back in once again with the white smoking trail. Once again, Red 1 pulls Enid up 400 miles per hour, 4 to 5G. He'll twist to the right. And in honour of the coronation of King Charles III's coronation this year, Bournemouth, get your cameras ready for the Enid coronation vertical break.
Holding the bank now. Break, break, go.
Their smoke comes off, however the show is still not over. Look to your right hand side, and once again you got Hannah, that's Red 6, 7 and 8 running back in. With Red 6, smoke in trail. He rolls inverted. 7 and 8 roll go as Red 8 calls aboard, and smoke in blue and red as Red 7 and 8 roll around the smoke of Red 6. Smoke in blue is Red 7, Flight Lieutenant Stu Roberts. Stu is in his second year on the team. He was Red 2 last year, and he has also flown the Typhoon on operations with 11 and 12 Squadron. Smoking red is Flight Lieutenant David Simmons, known as Simo. Simo's in his 5th and final year on the team, a former Tornado GR4 pilot who flew the Roll Demo in 2010. And he's also flown the Harrier and the F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. However, look directly to your right once again, and Enid are running back in with the white smoke in trail.
2 and 3, roll, go.
2 and 3 roll go is the command as Reds 2 and 3 roll around the outside of the formation.
Go.
Clear go as Reds 4 and 5 roll around the outside in one of the hardest maneuvers for our new pilots each year to master. This is rollbacks.
Clear. Go. Complete. Little bit right. Now.
The motto of the Red Arrows is ECLAT, which means excellence. And that means we strive for excellence in everything that we do, from the very bottom of the squadron to the very top. However, we're also aware that we are only guardians of that motto between 3 and 5 years, and thereby we try to leave the squadron in a better place from when we found it. Look directly to your front now. You can see Hannah formation running back in with the white smoke in trail. 7-8 roll goes, red 7-8, the blue smoke comes on, they roll around the red smoke of red 6. Get your cameras ready for the Hannah Vortex break. Hannah, split. Once again, red 6 off to the left, red 7 off to the right, and red 8 up over the top. The synchro pair now once again will dive down for their final manoeuvre, only 100 feet over the sea. A closing speed of over 800 miles per hour, a series of opposition barrel rolls and inverted flight to leave the display area in the crossbow. Look directly to your front now, and once again Enid are running in directly to your front with the white smoke in trail. The red smoke comes on as red 1 rolls around the outside, leaving the infinity symbol in sky for the infinity break. However, Bournemouth, it's been an absolute honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2023 Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts the smoke on, he gathers the rest of the formation and takes them back to Bournemouth Airport. If you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, you can of course look us up on the internet. We are raf.mod.uk/Red Arrows. We are on X, the old Twitter, and we're also on Insta, RAF Red Arrows. All the pilots have their own Insta account. I am RAF Red 10. If you find me, you will find all the rest of the pilots. If you have any images from today, on Instagram, hashtag Red Arrows, we'll pick them up, we'll share them all the way across social media. I will be at the RAF Village in about 5-10 minutes at the Red Arrows PR tent. Wing Commander Collins, I think, is still down there. If you'd like to buy one of our Red Arrows prints, it has been signed by all the pilots. They're £10 each. Just come and ask myself. Cash only, I'm afraid. However, on behalf of the Royal Air Force and the Red Arrows, I hope you've had a wonderful day and enjoyed our display. Please take care of yourselves. Please drink plenty of water. Take some sunscreen on. And I hope to see you again in the future. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, a huge round of applause for Squadron Leader Graham Muscat there, Red 10. Big Bournemouth Air Festival cheer. Fantastic stuff indeed. What a perfect day we've had today. Absolutely outstanding and terrific displays indeed. Well, we're going to take a pause now. Don't all rush away. But first of all, our grateful thanks to so many people for bringing this to you. And the next session this evening is going to be brought to us by Air Festival patrons. And it's definitely worth sticking around. But we don't recommend flying until about 7:25. So you've got a good opportunity now to take in food, drinks, breaks, enjoy a bit more swimming, which is really good news. Thank you so much, everybody, for observing the lifeguard directions. We have been watching you from up on the top of the cliff here. And hopefully for the next hour or so, you will get a little more freedom as the tide is so low. But when flying is going on, we must keep you within those safe boundaries. Thank you. But also, if you're not drinking or eating in the next hour, then maybe taking some other entertainment.
Indeed, at 6 o'clock, Madame Mojo's Cabaret Club arrives at the Bournemouth Air Festival for Saturday. It's a family-friendly show with hints of the West End, the Moulin Rouge, Madame Jojo's Funny Girls, and even a little touch of some Ibiza beach vibes. It's right down your street, George. It's down on the beach underneath the East Cliff. You can get full details at bournemouthAir.co.uk/hospitality. And that's tonight from 6 through until 10. Just take your tickling feather, grab a seat and enjoy some real good service down there, some bespoke food and drink. Remember, of course, in the lower gardens at 6:20, we have the Royal Marines Unarmed Combat Demonstration. And although they're unarmed, it really is not a play fight. So you must go down and see that at 8:20 in the lower gardens. And then at 6:45, also in the lower gardens, which we call Zone 4, is Beach Retreat, which, of course, is a traditional thing right here at the Bournemouth Air Festival. And remember, guys, as well, if you're not coming down tomorrow because you don't feel able to make it, you can watch everything that's taking place here at AeroViewTV. Our streaming partners for this year, just go to aeroview.tv/Bournemouth and you can watch everything that's taking place here tomorrow. But as George says, hang around because we've got an exciting evening lined up.
We certainly have, and we're going to take a break ourselves. I'm certainly going to have a dip as well as another 99er, and I'll be back here at 7:15 to open up and entertain you through the course of the rest of this evening. But as I say, right now, it is time for us to take a break as well. Please go carefully. If you happen to be moving away or going back into the town, it is very, very busy now. So please make sure you have all your belongings with you and look after the children especially. We'll be back a little later on after this track. And indeed, in a nod to the Royal Air Force, you'll be with FM radio, hot radio, of course, until we resume at 7:15.